Chapter 790. She's not dead? She escaped? She's still thinking of helping Prince Edisac seek revenge? At the instant he saw Trissy, Klein, who was standing behind the master bedroom's curtains, nearly couldn't control his expression. Although he had a vague guess based on the previous conversation, he still felt that it exceeded his imagination when the truth was placed in front of him. Even without dream divination, he could still recall the conversation he had with Trissy before the great smog of Bakeland. Back then, she was eager to escape Prince Edisac's control and escape the mastermind's control over her fate. She felt that her daily life was filled with pain. Such a demoness who was originally a man would sell her soul to an evil god in order to help Prince Edisac seek revenge? What kind of third-rate romance is this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He saw Walter throw a bag of food to Trissy and heard him exhort a few words before turning around and walking out of the hidden passageway. At this moment, from Klein's point of view, a figure flipped out from Member of Parliament Mock's house. Following the shadows of the street, it quickly approached the sewer's entrance. It was none other than Hazel, who possessed a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. To think that I would encounter Walter. This doesn't look like the entrance to the sewers. It's clearly the entrance to a bustling market. Klein looked down and nearly raised his right hand to cover his face. When she came to the sewer's entrance, Hazel vigilantly observed her surroundings for a few seconds before moving the manhole cover and climbing down. The entire process was done in one fell swoop without any sluggishness. Stepping onto the slightly slippery ground, she followed the rusty metal pipes and the slowly flowing sewage river as she quickly advanced with a clear goal in mind. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine as her hair stood on end. Right on the heels of that, Hazel felt as though she had fallen into a frozen river. She felt a large amount of coldness rapidly occupy her body. She was horrified to see that she had taken the initiative to walk in another direction, straight for the wall with the metal pipes. And all of this had nothing to do with her willpower. Horror quickly filled Hazel's mind as she finally extricated herself from the stiffness of her thoughts. She injected all the spirituality she could control into the necklace around her neck. The necklace was strung with 7 translucent emerald stones. They were separated by the same distance from each other and were surrounded by a circle of tiny diamonds. Even in the absolute darkness, they still glowed faintly. Suddenly, one of the stones lit up. The emerald green light illuminated Hazel's beautiful face, making it appear sinister. She stopped leaning against the wall, took a few steps forward awkwardly, and then retracted them one after the other. At this moment, Hazel felt the coldness in her body turn sluggish for a moment. Without hesitation, she used her spirituality to light up another translucent emerald green stone. She raised her right hand, aimed it at herself, and twisted her wrist. At the same time, mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind. Her spirituality and vocal cords also underwent some temporary changes. She had stolen the extraordinary ability, Wraith Shriek. Just as Hazel was about to open her mouth and desperately make a sound, she felt her hands lose control once again. They covered her mouth fiercely, forcefully, and quickly. Her shriek turned into a whimper that only existed in her mouth. She took light steps and came to the wall in a few steps. She turned into a fork and crouched into the pure darkness. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. She couldn't even activate the necklace around her neck again. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened, filled with horror and indignation. 2 crystalline tears began to roll down the corners of her eyes. And at this moment, Walter fumbled his way out of another fork and returned to the sewer's entrance. He nimbly climbed up. By the time he silently entered the Don Dante's manor at 160 Buckland Street, Hazel suddenly regained control of her body. She felt the terrifying coldness vanish. She first raised her hands in surprise and used her night vision to take a look. Following that, she looked around in horror, as though the darkness of the sewers hid countless unknown monsters. Hazel then touched the necklace in front of her with her right hand and carefully stood up, approaching the entrance. She didn't run in a panic, constantly wary of any attacks from the depths of the darkness. Finally, she returned to Buckland Street. She saw the iron-black street lamps emit light, illuminating the path that had traces of rain. Only then did Hazel speed up and run back home. Midway, she suddenly turned back and nervously and frantically moved the manhole cover to a closed state. After doing all of this, she followed the shadows of the street and returned to her garden. With the help of the gas and water pipes, she entered her bedroom's balcony. Only then did she truly have the ability to think. She widened her eyes and subconsciously looked around as her body gradually began to tremble. She raised her left arm, hoping to wipe her face with her clothes, but she paused midway and took out a handkerchief from her pocket. Hazel still has basic coping skills. She's not a complete rookie. In the sewers, Senor, who was wearing a triangular hat and a dark red coat, revealed his figure as he silently muttered to himself. Following that, under Klein's control, he turned invisible again and entered the hidden fork where Trissy was. Just as the wraith approached, Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, raised her head and smiled weakly and stubbornly. "From the looks of it, you don't have any ill intentions. That lady's luck isn't bad." She had actually sensed Hazel's matter and discovered the wraith. Senor's figure instantly appeared as he chuckled. "Perhaps killing her will only cause more trouble." Frankly speaking, he really wanted to report Trissy because he knew what evil she had done. He knew how she had instigated the passengers and crew of the Alfalfa to kill each other at sea, and how she had caused innocent lives to be lost prematurely. However, after discovering that Trissy was investigating the mystery of Prince Edisac's death, Klein had a new plan. It was to drive this demoness and cooperate with her to a limited extent on this matter. The mystery of Prince Edisac's death is almost equivalent to the truth of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Investigating this matter will definitely be very dangerous. Involving others will make me feel guilty, afraid that they will be hurt or even die as a result. As for Trissy, there won't be such a psychological burden. The crime she committed should have sent her to hell long ago. The only problem is that she might only be investigating the mystery of Prince Edisac's death to plot her own matters. I have to be wary of this to prevent it from being used to cause a disaster. As Klein pondered, he made Senor take 2 more steps forward. Trissy looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and chuckled. "Since you have ill intentions, do it, Mr. Senor." At that instant, the marionette's senses told him that there were countless invisible threads fluttering around Trissy. As for her, she was sitting in the middle with a pale face and a dark dress. She was like a spider lying in the middle of a web, but it was filled with a sense of temptation that made one want to approach her with pity. "You know me." The marionette stopped in his track. Trissy replied with a dazed and confused expression, "I once spent an unforgettable period at sea." "Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Why are you investigating Prince Edisac's death?" Trissy suddenly raised her head, a hint of anger appearing on her face. Suicide and suicide are different. Some people do it voluntarily while others are forced. No way, she seems to really care about Prince Edisac's death. "Miss, have you forgotten that you were once a man? Have you forgotten the pain you mentioned before? Could it be the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, where after being coerced for a long time, the tiniest bit of kindness from the other party would elicit tens of times more gratitude and attachment? Yes, I'm not a spectator. I can't tell if she's faking it." Klein made Senor laugh. "So, you think Prince Edisac was forced to commit suicide? You're looking for William Sykes to investigate this matter?" The anger on Trissy's face disappeared, revealing a poignant smile. "Yes. He was the one who forced Edisac to commit suicide, using a bullet that can obliterate spirituality. However, he was also following someone else's orders. In order to obtain his final pleasure, He told me everything. Heh, I still didn't let him really touch me. I even showed him a picture of me from the past. He died in pain and despair. I can't imagine what William has encountered. Trissy's mind is still as warped as before. A demoness at the pleasure stage really has her own charm. Every expression and action can attract people. However, it's obvious that Trissy has restrained herself well. She's only using it when necessary. She advanced? Or is it because she's in love? As Klein lampooned, he made Senor ask, "Who is it?" When he asked this question, Klein didn't expect to receive an answer, but Trissy chuckled and said, "Viscount Stratford. The captain of the royal family's royal guards." Chapter 791. Viscount Stratford, the captain of the royal family's royal guards. From this position, the great smog of Bakeland does have the shadow of a particular faction of the royal family behind it. As for who it is, it needs to be investigated. Klein temporarily couldn't find the time to verify Trissy's answer, so all he could do was let Senor chuckle. "I find it unbelievable that you were able to tell me the clues so easily," Trissy said with a scoff and self-deprecating tone. "It's because this is a good thing for me. Because to me this is a good thing. I can see that you and the forces you represent are very interested in the real plot of the royal family and those guys behind the scenes. If I can provide some effective clues to cause you to clash with them and let the real conspirators surface, I will be very happy. This will help me in my revenge, and it will be of great help. According to this logic, does it mean that I can also use you to investigate this matter and fish out the true mastermind behind the scenes, allowing my faction to hide in a safe and secluded place before I obtain any effective information? Wasn't Trissy's words just now to induce me to have a limited cooperation with her, and she's willing to become a minesweeper to uncover the truth. She expressed the value of being used. She's afraid that I'll eventually decide to kill her. Klein roughly understood what Trissy was really trying to express as he controlled the wraith and said, "That makes sense. That makes sense. I should do the same. I believe there's no need for me to threaten or tempt you. You will attempt to make contact with Viscount Stratford after you recover from your injuries." The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up. "I just hope that he doesn't like men. It's not like there's no way to resolve this. If you already have a sequence 5, you can consider switching to the Hunter Pathways sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight. Also, have you forgotten your past self? Why are you becoming more and more accustomed to using the powers of a demoness of pleasure to deal with men?" Klein lampooned as he made Senor laugh. "That's not a problem. You can show him your past photos." Trissy was taken aback as her expression turned slightly distorted. She felt as though the shame buried deep in her heart had been dug out and exposed to the light of day. Her delicate eyes were covered with a layer of anger that stemmed from embarrassment. Her pale face instantly flushed red from her injuries. Trissy quickly restrained her emotions, chuckled, and said in a low, hoarse voice, as expected of Admiral of Blood, "He indeed has a deep understanding of the demoness pathway. She wasn't sure before. I thought that the demoness sect and Rose School had cooperated before, so she believed that Admiral of Blood knew the secrets of the assassin pathway. That was why she made that joke. Regardless, it's not nice to mock someone's gender. This does match Admiral of Blood's persona. One of the rules of a marionettist is, remember, every marionette has its own setting. From the looks of it, the reason why Trissy mentioned the photos of the past is purely to vent the joy and excitement of torturing and eliminating an enemy. She didn't pay special attention to the details in the description." Klein nodded in thought and controlled Senor. "At my level, I will always understand many secrets." He didn't continue the topic. "How can I contact you? During your investigation of Viscount Stratford, I might be able to provide you with some help." Trissy reached her hand to her ear and grabbed a handful of smooth, raven-black hair. Then, ghostly blue ice condensed and sliced off a lock of it. She then spread out the hand that held the lock of black hair, allowing a pitch-black silent flame to emerge and burn the strands of hair to ashes. The ashes weren't blown up by the cold winds in the sewers. Instead, they shrank inwards, forming a black blob that resembled paste. Smear it evenly on the mirror. I'll know that you're looking for me. I'll use that mirror to communicate with you in the future. Trissy flicked her wrist and threw the black blob at Senor. This can be used about 5 times. That's enough. As Senor was only a marionette, Klein wasn't worried that he would accidentally catch the black sticky blob. After taking a few looks at it, he stuffed it into his pocket. Trissy fell silent for a few seconds before biting her lip. If I need some help, how should I contact you? That's a problem. Klein wished that she could directly summon Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker. After all, as long as Trissy inquired about Admiral of Blood's recent situation, she would know that the Wraith was backed by the German Sparrow. This was something that couldn't be concealed. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to be more cautious. He believed that it wouldn't be too late to change the method of contact after Trissy really discovered it. After all, she's not a trustworthy person. She might be avenging Prince Edisac out of sincerity, but it's likely that she has other motives, such as avenging herself. Klein made Senor look around and say, "There are many secrets hidden in this sewer. There are many secrets hidden in this sewer. I come here often. You can leave any help you need here in words. If it's urgent and you can't do it in time, you can contact the person from before and get him to leave a message here." Trissy slowly nodded. All right. Seeing that the exchange was almost over, Klein prepared to let Senor leave. At this moment, his gaze swept across Trissy's hands and discovered that the sapphire ring that's comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact had vanished. I noticed it just now and thought that she had changed her hand to wear it on another finger, but it's really gone. From the looks of it, she paid quite a considerable price to escape Prince Edisac's Red Rose Manor and escape in Zangwill and 008's control. The mark left behind by the primordial demoness has vanished as well? Klein thought for a moment and made Admiral of Blood Senor laugh. There's one more thing. Which evil god did you sell your soul to? Trissy looked deeply at the middle-aged man in front of her. The primordial demoness. Didn't you want to escape that strange state back then? Didn't you want to become less and less like yourself? Why are you turning back now? Don't you know that by changing your name to Trissy Cheek, they had the intention of making you the primordial demoness vessel? No, she really doesn't know. She doesn't even understand the meaning of the name Cheek. Using all my strength to escape fate is to further integrate into fate. At that moment, Klein felt an inexplicable fear towards fate and deities. He forced Senor to smile. It's hard for me to believe that you answered so easily. Trissy's eyes turned a little misty as she gave a self-deprecating laugh. Because this is a problem to me, not a secret. One more person knowing might increase the hope of solving the problem. Even if the hope is very slim, it's better than nothing. While solving the problem, there's a high chance that it will also get rid of you. Klein didn't speak further. After some thought, he said, "When you get close to Viscount Stratford and those fellows hiding behind the scenes, take note of whether you often encounter coincidences. The deeper the investigation into the Great Smog of Bakeland, the more likely it was for Ince Zangwill and 0-08 to notice it." Coincidence. Trissy was taken aback as she repeated the word. At that moment, she recalled the coincidences she encountered back at Red Rose Manor. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly looked up, only to discover that Admiral of Blood Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, had long vanished. The next morning, Klein woke up on time. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he wore his coat. Just as he arrived at the dining hall, he saw Walter standing by the door, waiting respectfully. "Sir, your schedule today is mainly to participate in an afternoon tea at Member of Parliament Mock's place," Walter dutifully reminded his employer. He was old-fashioned, solemn, and meticulous, no different from usual. It was impossible to tell that he had been to the sewers last night. Klein nodded with a smile as though nothing had happened. I haven't forgotten. He then entered the dining hall and enjoyed the rather exquisite food that was beginning to repeat itself. There's not enough variety for breakfast. Klein focused on finishing his meal, put down his knife and fork, and sighed. I miss my hometown a little. Get the chef to prepare a desi pie tomorrow. Yes, sir. I should have thought of this earlier, housekeeper Tanaja replied apologetically. Klein waved his hand, indicating that she didn't mind it. Then, he took a stroll in the garden. After doing all of this, he returned to the third floor to read the remaining newspapers until his etiquette teacher, Wyana, arrived. Wyana was still dressed appropriately with an elegant bearing. She smiled at Don Dantes and said, I heard that you will be enjoying afternoon tea at Rihanna's place today. I heard that you're going to enjoy afternoon tea at Madame Rihanna's place today. The focus of this class will be afternoon tea etiquette. Klein maintained his smile as he listened attentively, asking questions from time to time. 30 minutes later, Walter knocked on the door and entered. Sir, a servant from Member of Parliament Mock's place just came to say that today's afternoon tea has been cancelled because Rihanna's daughter, Miss Hazel, is sick. She's very sorry and wishes to invite you again next week. Hazel is sick? Because of last night's fright? If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be impossible. But for a beyonder who can enhance their physique, the chances are very low. Furthermore, Hazel clearly hasn't seen the changes brought about by the potion. Her mental state is still rather healthy, allowing her to perform very well. She doesn't feel any fear, and even if she's frightened, it's unlikely for her to suffer from any psychological ailments. A sequence 5 of the Demoness pathway can infect the people around her with ailment. Last night, after Trissy sensed a stranger enter the sewers, she secretly spread the ailments? As for Senor in his wraith state, he wouldn't be infected, so I didn't notice it. This isn't a big problem. Hazel didn't stay in the ailment for long. It's only because of the fright that she didn't recover quickly. From the looks of it, Trissy has really advanced to sequence 5. Klein nodded slightly. Send my regards to Miss Hazel. P.S. Update first, then change later. Requesting for monthly vote. The doubling has begun. Everyone, vote now. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 792. Without afternoon tea, Klein decided to pray at St. Samuel Cathedral to show his piety. Of course, he didn't forget to watch the pigeons on the square to make himself appear relaxed and calm. After entering the cathedral and passing through the murals illuminated by the sunlight, Klein arrived at the dark and deep prayer hall. This place wasn't as gorgeous as the other churches. It wasn't dazzling or visually stunning, but it was gentle and serene. It made one feel tranquil from the bottom of their heart. And right in front of them was a pure light that resembled the resplendent stars. It emitted a strong sense of holiness and solemnity. Klein took off his hat and handed it and his cane to his valet, Richardson. Then, he walked down the aisle and walked forward. At that moment, 2 figures stood up from the front row and turned to walk towards the exit. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He moved in a suave manner and had an unruly hairstyle. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Almost at the same time, Leonard Mitchell also saw the middle-aged man with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Don Dantes. He tensed up as his body tensed up indiscernibly. Klein looked at Leonard and nodded with a smile. His expression was friendly and his posture casual. Leonard squeezed out a smile and nodded with some difficulty. Following that, he turned his body and made way, brushing past Don Dantes. This allowed Klein to clearly see who was behind him. It was someone he was familiar with daily, who was dressed in a spirit medium's black robe. This lady was still wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, presenting a bewitching beauty. Daly glanced at the middle-aged gentleman who passed by and suddenly fell into a daze. She then retracted her gaze and silently approached the exit. It can't be. I only imitated the deep feeling of the captain's eyes. Even the color is different. M. Daly found it familiar? A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Klein noticed Daly's momentary abnormality and had a vague guess. A long time ago, from what he knew as a straight man, M. Daly had a crush on the captain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the risk to rush to Tingen and get Klein to find an opportunity to teach Dunsmith the acting method. As for the captain's attitude on this matter, Klein couldn't be sure. After all, Dunsmith often couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams during that period. His poor memory was rather prominent, and he might have unknowingly forgotten certain things. However, it's true that Captain often mentions Madame Daly. He always uses her as an example to educate us. He's so familiar with how many years it took for her to advance and what kind of talent she had, as though he could recite them backwards. This is a little contradictory to his poor memory back then. Yes, when Captain talks about these matters, he would occasionally add the fact that he took 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. When he faced Madame Daly, did he feel a little inferior? As Klein recalled the past, he suddenly felt a little depressed. He realized that he actually didn't understand Dunsmith that well. He didn't understand how many things were hidden in the man's heart. Furthermore, M. Daly was much younger than him. She appeared very open and didn't care about marriage. Klein sighed silently and reined in his thoughts. He found a seat to the side and sat down. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to pray. Outside the prayer hall, Leonard had already adjusted his state of mind. Together with Daly, they met up with the members of their Red Gloves team. They waited for a while before Sostel, who had become a spirit warlock, came out from the other side. He surveyed the area and said, "Our mission this time is to find the official members of the Charismatic Order hiding in Bakeland based on the various clues discovered during the explosion of the Black Skeleton Gang's headquarters. M. Daly is a beyonder of the corpse collector pathway. She has a rather deep understanding of the Charismatic Order, so His Excellency Saint Anthony got her to help us." At night, after dismissing his valet, Richardson, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He conjured the world's German sparrow and made his blurry figure pray. "Please inform Miss Magicians that she needs to book a hotel room in East Borough before Friday night. It's best if it's far away from where Mr. X is holding the gathering. Give me that stone and spell book ahead of time. I need to make certain preparations. On Friday night, she needs to stop the friend who is attending Mr. X's gathering and present him to me in disguise. If there's anything else, I'll inform you in time." With the assassination of Mr. X in 2 days, there was no doubt that Klein had to make preparations ahead of time. And there were many things that Don Dantes couldn't do at the same time, so he could only rely on Miss Magicians to do it. His initial plan was to use the powers of a faceless to disguise himself as a friend who was attending Mr. X's gathering. By grasping the secret code, he could directly enter. Then, he could use different contingency plans for different situations. Based on his experience in combat and controlling marionettes, Klein increasingly felt that a marionettist's rule was to try to hide behind the scenes and secretly direct a play. Unless there was no other way, a marionettist should avoid direct combat with others. Currently, the most troublesome point is that Mr. X's gathering is at 8, and at that time, Don Dantes clearly isn't asleep. He won't be able to escape the watchful eyes of the butler and servants to secretly head to East Borough. Of course, this can also create an alibi, but the problem is, how am I going to fool everyone in this house? If only there's a faceless accomplice. I can get him to disguise himself as Don Dantes. Miss Justice's necklace can do it, but she's not in Bakeland. Klein leaned back in his chair and reached out to rub his temples. He even thought of directly summoning himself and responding to himself, using the identity of Hero Bandit Black Emperor to take action, but that would make him lose the ability to change his physical appearance. It would make it difficult for him to possess others and disguise himself as Magician's Furz's friend to attend Mr. X's gathering. Unless Miss Magician's friend becomes an accomplice and allows me to possess him. That won't do either. Firstly, it will expose a portion of the tarot's secrets. Secondly, Mr. X might not necessarily not have the means to discover a wraith. Of course, this can be done through a series of seals like gold coins, paper angels, and iron cigar cases. Klein thought for a moment and finally decided to use a method he was rather familiar with in his previous life. That is to feign illness. From tomorrow onwards I'll be sick. I'll eat very little every day and sleep before 8. This way, the butler and servants won't disturb me. But what if there's an emergency and Walter and company knock on my door? The illusion created by magicians can only deceive the eyes. It's not artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Right, I can fix the illusion on a mirror and make it look like Don Dante's. Then, I can get a Rhodes to remotely control and answer questions. As he thought about it, Klein's thoughts suddenly became clear. I have to say that this fellow, a Rhodes, is quite useful at times. Klein sighed. After returning to the real world, he walked to the desk, found a pen and paper, and drew a hybrid symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying symbols. Just as he finished his final stroke, the light in the room suddenly dimmed a little. The full-body mirror first turned dark before silver light suffused it, outlining Loanese words one after another. Great Master, your humble and insignificant loyal servant, a Rhodes, has heard your summoning. I am late? There's always something new. Klein shook his head in amusement. No. This is your magnanimity towards me. Great Master, you can ask your questions now. The words appeared neatly on the mirror. Klein thought for a moment. I plan to eliminate the Aurora Order's oracle, Mr. X. Do you have any suggestions? The words on the full-body mirror froze for a few seconds before squirming and changing. You'd better plan after Thursday. It matches my previous divination. On Thursday and tonight, Angel of Fate Ouroboros or one of the Aurora Order's saints might be around Mr. X. Klein smiled. Rhodes, I need your help with something. This is my honor. You're the one who gave me the chance. Words popped up one after another, fully expressing the feeling of excitement and joy. Excuse me, what mission is it? Klein nodded. This Friday night, I'll use a mirror as an illusion prop and transform it into my appearance. If there's an emergency, you'll be in charge of controlling the mirror and answering questions so that no one will notice anything unusual. Can you do it? The air around the full-body mirror suddenly flowed as an extremely obsequious voice belonging to Don Dante's sounded. Great Master, I'll do my best to complete whatever you instruct me. Although this won't last long and isn't in line with my habits, it's enough to deal with everyone here. If you wish, I can simulate any voice. You're more talented than I imagined. It's not easy being a mirror these days. However, the last sentence sounds odd. Klein's facial muscles twitched as he said, when dealing with them, conceal the nature of the question and answer game. When dealing with them, conceal the nature of the quiz game and don't let anyone discover it. Rhodes immediately produced new words on the full-body mirror's surface. I'll act as your identity well. Very good. Klein nodded slightly. He was indeed worried that Rhodes would raise embarrassing questions to butler Walter and valet Richardson, such as whether he had any fantasies when facing ladies he shouldn't have any impulsive thoughts about, or who he was thinking about when he was solving problems in the dead of night. He believed that, with the magic mirror's integrity, it might really do so if he didn't warn him ahead of time. Back then, Donna's had nearly suffered a mental breakdown from being toyed with. Without any further ado, Klein said, that's all for today. I'll contact you again on Friday night. Yes, Great Master. Your humble servant can't wait to serve you. Rhodes first conjured a line of words before making a simple drawing of a hand waving. P.S. It's double. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 793. On Friday afternoon, Klein, who feigned illness and didn't go to the literary salon, arrived above the gray fog once again. In front of him was a palm-sized, bronze-green notebook. Its cover looked very hard, and it was none other than Lamino's Travels, which Magician's Furs had provided. He flipped to one of the pages of the book that was actually more like a spell book. Looking at the charred yellow color, he raised his hand to summon the sea god's scepter from the junk pile and held it in his palm. As he injected a portion of his spirituality into Lamino's Travels, causing it to light up with a blurry glow, he made the blue gems on the white bone staff's tip emit a bright light. Amidst the jarring, sizzling sounds, silver bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. They were thick and ferocious as they bared their fangs and claws. They interweaved together, forming a storm-like scene. Meanwhile, on the charred yellow page of Lamino's Travels, complicated symbols and labels were quickly outlined. They overlapped and fused with each other, gradually taking form. Just as the page was about to be dyed with a silvery white color, electric snakes burst out from within and destroyed all the patterns in an instant. I failed again. Klein sighed silently as he repeated the process. This wasn't his first attempt. Ever since he obtained Lamino's Travels on Wednesday night, he would occasionally head above the gray fog and use the spellbook to record the powers of the sea god's scepter. He repeated it until his spirituality was nearly drained and he had no choice but to return to the real world to rest. During this process there were failures and successes. Through repeated attempts, Klein finally reached the final step. It was to record the lightning storm that he had coveted for a long time. This was a demigod power of the Sailor Pathway. Before the previous failure, Klein had failed nearly 20 times. His luck could be said to be rather bad. He failed again, and failed again. On the 5th try, he was overjoyed to see that the silver-white color had dyed the burnt yellow paper, causing the ancient, mysterious, and complicated symbols to shrink inwards at the same time, connecting into a strange pattern that made people feel like they had been struck by lightning just by looking at it. Phew! I've finally succeeded. Klein stroked the paper with his fingers as he heaved a long sigh of relief. He flipped through Lamino's Travels and admired the fruits of his labor. Over the past 2 days, he didn't completely focus on Lightning Storm. He also recorded 2 other demigod-level powers. One of them was Paper Angel, which he formed by stirring a tiny bit of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This could be used to interfere with divination and prophecy. The other was Tornado, which also originated from the sea god's scepter. When recording them, Klein's luck was relatively good. One took 9 times, while the other took 12 times. As for Beyonder powers that weren't at sequence 4 like Flight, Glide, and Lightning Strike, they only needed to be used once or twice. Therefore, Klein had almost filled up the entire book. This spellbook isn't particularly useful to unaffiliated Beyonders. It requires a long period of time and patience to record a sufficient number of useful powers. Furthermore, the failure rate for powers that exceed sequence 6 increases. It's not that easy to obtain them. However, there are 22 pathways in the mystical domain. As long as the powers of the first few sequences are matched well, it wouldn't be strange for one to kill a sequence 5. Klein closed Lamino's Travels and sighed inwardly. From his point of view, this spellbook was equivalent to half a divine artifact to unaffiliated Beyonders. Although it was more difficult for it to take form in the early stages compared to Creeping Hunger, once it was matched well, it was normal to challenge someone of a higher level. However, in the hands of a Beyonder with the support of a major faction, the effects of Lamino's Travels were even more exaggerated. It was akin to a bug. This was because it could record the powers of a demigod. As long as they were willing, a demigod could demonstrate it again and again. As for Creeping Hunger, there's a high chance that it wouldn't be able to devour a demigod. Even a genuine shepherd would find it extremely difficult to graze a high-sequence Beyonder. Firstly, there aren't any resources, and secondly, it's easy for one to lose control. That elder Lovia from the City of Silver was extremely lucky to be able to graze an evil spirit that's equivalent to a sequence 4. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze at a dark blue stone beside him. It was uneven, and its surface was filled with burn marks. It was none other than the spirit world traversing stone provided by magician's furs. With Lamino's travels and this stone, as well as the Fate Siphon charm and Wraith marionette, it's not impossible for me to complete the mission and leave calmly even if Mr. X has a saint watching over him. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the real world. He set up a bestowment ritual and produced the corresponding items. After making these preparations, he walked to the full-body mirror and looked at himself. He adjusted his appearance to look a little more haggard. After dinner, Klein used the excuse that he wasn't feeling well to return to his room. After watching the night scenery for a few minutes, he took out a palm-sized mirror from the drawer and placed it on the soft and bouncy pillow. Following that, Klein approached it and made the mirror reflect the deep blue eyes and white sideburns of Don Dantes. Following that, he slowly straightened his body and took a step back. Suddenly, there was another Don Dantes on the bed. This gentleman was dressed in dark-colored silk pajamas. He was leaning against a pillow with a book in hand. His eyes were half closed as though he was resting and thinking. Not bad. A mirror illusion isn't inferior to a paper figurine illusion. Klein returned to his desk, picked up a fountain pen, and drew a strange symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. After a brief silence, the Don Dantes on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and smiled obsequiously. "Great Master, your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, is here." I have to say that even Don Dantes's face can't hold back such a smile. Klein sighed inwardly as he nearly turned his head to the other side. "Very good." He nodded slightly and praised him. Without giving any further instructions, he wore his half-top hat and slid down from the balcony to the first floor. Following a secluded garden path, he flipped over the outer wall of 160 Buckland Street from a corner. During this process, he didn't forget to close the windows. With his right hand pressing down on his top hat and his feet firmly planted on the street, Klein slowly raised his head. At some point in time, his facial features and outline had changed. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. This was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, with a bounty of £50,000 from a single country. The hunt was about to begin. Sherwood Borough. Zio was just about to head to East Borough to participate in Mr. X's Beyonder gathering when she was stopped by Furs. "You're heading out to gather ingredients?" Zio deliberated as she said what her good friend often used. Furs combed her hair and said, "No, it's to earn money. I previously accepted a mission to help people find the dust left behind by dissipating ghosts. As you know, there aren't any ghosts in the cemetery. They have long been sent to their respective deities' kingdoms by the priests and bishops. Therefore, I can only head to East Borough to seek out undiscovered targets who have died due to various reasons. Can you bear to see a beautiful and frail lady like me enter such a chaotic place alone? But can't it be pushed back a day?" Zio said hesitantly. "I'm planning on participating in Mr. X's gathering." Furs immediately shook her head. "No, I have to hand in the mission tomorrow. It's a whole £50. If you have to hand it in tomorrow, why didn't you do it in the past few days?" Zio looked suspiciously at her friend. Furs chuckled. "Did you just get to know me? Don't you know that I have a serious case of procrastination? Besides, you don't have any money. What's the point of going to Mr. X's gathering? You don't even know what Beyonder ingredients you need." "That's true." Zio was convinced as she said with a smile, "Does every author have a case of procrastination?" "Probably." As Furs brushed her off, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. East Borough, in a cheap hotel. Klein entered the room that Miss Magicians had booked under a fake name. Here, it was a luxury to have a room with a bed and a person. But even so, such a room only cost 12 pence a night. Of course, many cheap hotels in East Borough didn't have a single room. The best was a cubicle that cost 5 pence a night. It only had a bed and a board that could block the view of others, making it easy for one to change clothes. As for the basement with about 20 bunk beds, a bed cost 5 pence a night. One's belongings were safeguarded by themselves, and they weren't responsible if they were lost. There's actually a mirror. Not bad. Klein put down his top hat and stood in front of a full-body mirror that was filled with cracks. He put on the hooded robe that Miss Magicians had prepared for him. Right on the heels of that, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin gradually turned pale with a tinge of wheat, and the bulge at his throat disappeared. His hair grew a lot longer and was dyed golden. After Miss Magician's furs provided an image of her disguised friend, Klein immediately recognized that the person he was imitating was Miss Zio. However, with the hooded robe concealing him, he didn't really change into a woman. All he did was deal with areas that were easily seen by others. I really can't do anything about a height of 5 meters. At the very least, I have to completely digest all the potions in my body before I can reach this limit. Thankfully, Miss Zio has a height enhancement disguise, so I don't have to worry about this. Klein looked at his 160-meter self in the mirror and changed into the pair of leather boots in the room. They looked flat, but they were in fact flat. After putting on the disguise, Klein pulled up his hood and silently left the single room through the window. He came to the alley in East Borough and circled all the way to the house where Mr. X had gathered the Beyonder gatherings. Recalling the knock signal that Miss Magicians had given him, Klein bent his finger and knocked on the door with 3 light and 3 heavy knocks and 2 long and 3 short knocks. 10 seconds later, the door opened without a sound. A waiter wearing an iron mask first looked at the newcomer a few times before stepping aside. Klein didn't panic at all as he calmly walked past him and entered the house. P.S. Requesting monthly votes on the second last day of April. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 794. In the process of passing through the living room, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt invisible gazes coming from nowhere and sweeping over him. He pretended not to notice anything and entered the living room in front of him. He examined the environment and found a seat that was not far from the main seat, but not close either. And the moment he passed through the door, all the gazes disappeared. If it wasn't for the Wraith's triple seal isolating it, I would have likely been discovered. Mr. X isn't as bold and crazy as he appears. Klein sat down and pulled his hood, hiding his face even deeper in the shadows. After more than 10 minutes, when almost all the members of the gathering had arrived, Mr. X, who was wearing a brass mask, arrived at the entrance without making any movements. He walked in step by step and walked toward the main seat. He was wearing a classic black robe and a pointy magician's hat. As he walked, his aura was restrained, but everyone present subconsciously lowered their heads. Turning around and slowly sitting down, Mr. X looked around and said in a low voice, "Let's start. The distance is within 4 meters." Klein was not in a hurry to act. He retracted his gaze and patiently watched as the few members of the gathering used the information of the people with abnormal luck to exchange for gold pounds, listening to Mr. X's occasional responses. Time ticked by as the focus of the gathering shifted from Mr. X's bounty to the transactions between them. Without any hesitation, Klein used his left thumb to tap the first joint of his index finger twice, activating his spirit body thread's vision. Streaks of illusory black lines immediately appeared in front of him. They drilled out from different people's bodies and extended into the distance. After some identification, Klein secretly controlled Mr. X's spirit body thread. In his plan, there were 2 main difficulties in the mission. One of them was that Mr. X, who had the astrologer job as a prerequisite, and the Aurora Order Saint, who might be lurking in the shadows, might have a premonition of danger when he began controlling the corresponding spirit body threads, allowing him to acutely sense any abnormalities. Towards Mr. X's spiritual intuition, Klein was rather certain. This was because back when Miss Sharon existed as a wraith, she had failed to discover Nimblewright Master Rosego's control of his spirit-body threads. However, a demigod saint, a high-sequence beyonder who had already obtained godhood, wouldn't be surprised if he had any special traits. It was similarly not surprising that his spiritual perception would be stirred by the changes in the spirit-body threads of others. Other Nimblewright Masters were likely helpless when it came to this, but Klein was different. He had the identity of the Fool, and he could borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. He could rely on the interference of the paper angel ahead of time to eliminate any latent problems. The gathering continued without any abnormalities. More than 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 3 seconds left before Klein gained initial control over Mr. X. As for the Aurora Order's oracle, he didn't notice anything as he observed the completion of a transaction with a deep gaze. It was unknown what he was thinking. At the critical moment, Klein took the initiative to stop. He barely maintained his progress as he pulled out a hand and stuffed it into the hidden pocket of his hooded robe. He touched the iron cigar case that was sealed with a wall of spirituality. Klein then moved his finger and gently poked it, dispelling the wall of spirituality, allowing it to turn into a gentle wind that lingered in his pocket. He retracted his palm and waited for a few seconds until Mr. X's gaze looked to the other side. Only then did he continue controlling the spirit-body thread. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. Mr. X's thoughts turned sluggish, as though someone had poured cement that had just been stirred. Enemy. Danger. His thoughts slowly raced as he quickly made a decision. He planned on seeking help from his subordinates and the person watching him in the dark, as well as putting up an effective resistance. At this moment, a gloomy coldness drilled into his body, causing his limbs and mouth to no longer belong to him. Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Wraith possession. There were many flaws in a Nimblewright Master's control over spirit-body thread. The biggest problem was that once he entered a state of initial control, the target would immediately discover the problem and have the ability to take all sorts of countermeasures. If it was a one-on-one battle with no one around, Klein could naturally use the target's increasingly delayed state to more effectively interfere and interrupt the resistance. But if the target had other helpers, it would be very difficult for a Nimblewright Master's control to fool them. He needed the help of the environment or his companions to conceal himself and carry out the operation without leaving a trace. And on this point, a wraith that could possess a target and forcefully control the target's actions was the best assistant for a Nimblewright Master. The reason why Klein didn't immediately enter a state of initial control was so that he could find time to release the wraith. After passing the entrance check, the activity room where the gathering was held definitely had a relatively low level of security. Mr. X's eyes widened slightly as his thoughts gradually turned sluggish. The words he wanted to shout had been firmly locked by his throat and mouth, completely vanishing into nothingness, and his hands that he had planned on raising slowed down as he reached for the porcelain teacup beside him. This was completely in violation of his wishes. It was all done by the cold aura that filled every corner of his body. Wraith. Nimblewright Master. No. If this goes on, I'll die silently. Mr. X immediately controlled his spirituality as he outlined complicated symbols and labels in his mind. He wanted to open a traveler's door around him, which was also a door of teleportation. Through this, he could escape the range of a Nimblewright Master's control. Compared to this problem, the wraith possession wasn't that dangerous. However, in his sluggish thoughts, the illusory symbols and labels didn't appear in one go. Instead, they appeared one stroke at a time, pausing at a time. It wasn't fast enough. Seizing this opportunity, Wraith Seigneur, who had possessed Mr. X, moved Mr. X's head under Nimblewright Master Klein's control and took the initiative to change his sitting posture. This action immediately interrupted the secret formation of the traveler's door. Oh no! My reaction is too slow. I'll be disrupted by the wraith. Use mystical item. Mr. X's eyes were a little bloodshot, but his subordinates around him didn't notice anything amiss. Even the person who was secretly watching them didn't notice anything amiss. As for the members of the gathering who were in the midst of a transaction, they softened their tone and lowered their volume because of his change in sitting posture. At that moment, although the activity room was filled with people, with Beyonders everywhere and his helpers, Mr. X felt an extreme sense of loneliness and helplessness. He didn't even know who was attacking him or where they were sitting. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Mr. X regained control of his spirituality, allowing them to extend towards the golden ruby ring on his left index finger. However, the process of him going from thinking to making a decision, and then from making a decision to taking action took too long. It was as though he was acting in slow motion. This gave Wraith Senor enough time. He raised Mr. X's left palm, bent his fingers, and as though in thought, he tapped the side of his forehead that wasn't covered by the brass mask. Amidst the weak tapping sounds, the strength of the tapping wasn't small. However, under Klein's control, Senor controlled it very well, allowing most of the strength to seep into Mr. X's head without dissipating. As such, it concealed the commotion. Do. Mr. X's thoughts of spreading his spirituality was suddenly disrupted as he momentarily lost his train of thought. By the time he recovered, his control as a nimble right master had improved. This made his thoughts chaotic and sluggish. Even thinking and making decisions became difficult. In addition, the Wraith was using his body to do all sorts of subtle actions to disrupt him. Although Mr. X had many Beyonder powers and pretty good mystical items, he couldn't help but slide into the abyss of becoming a marionette. He could only watch helplessly as he walked towards death in slow motion, completely powerless to stop it. Only at this moment did he deeply realize how terrifying and unfathomable a nimble right master and a wraith were. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the hunt proceeded silently. As Klein's control deepened, Mr. X's actions turned more stiff and sluggish. However, with the wraith possessing him to make up for it, no one could tell that there was a problem. To be precise, Mr. X's actions no longer stemmed from his sluggish and rusty self, but from Wraith Senor. This made him unable to even show his despair. 5 minutes quickly passed amidst the various transactions, disputes, and discussions. Klein was only one step away from killing Mr. X and turning him into his puppet. However, he couldn't do it. This was because he hadn't digested the Nimble Right Master potion. At present, he could only control one marionette. To convert Mr. X, he had to abandon Wraith Senor. And once he gave up, the long-dead Admiral of Blood would immediately appear and be discovered, bringing him immense trouble. Similarly, if Klein didn't abandon the Wraith marionette and took the opportunity when Mr. X was no longer able to put up any resistance to kill him, he would have to consider the Aurora Order Saint lurking in the shadows. This was the difficulty of the second mission in his plan. Silently controlling Mr. X and depriving him of his ability to resist wasn't difficult with the combination of a nimble right master and a wraith. Completing the kill wasn't difficult either. In his present state, Mr. X could be easily finished off by Klein using air bullet. What was difficult was how he was to leave this place safely after committing such an act. And this required sufficient patience. Time slowly passed under Klein's seemingly calm but actually tense mental state. He pretended that he wasn't interested in the things that appeared and didn't say a word. Finally, the gathering came to an end. Mr. X said in a low voice as usual, and his words were very concise, identical to the ending from the previous time. This was what Zio had described to Furs. The members of the gathering stood up one after another. Klein was among them, appearing inconspicuous. At the same time, he reached his hand into his pocket and flipped open Lamino's Travels. Chapter 795. The 3 types of paper in Lamino's Travels were clearly different in terms of feel. The white paper that could only record sequence 7, 8, and 9 had a smooth surface and was a thin layer. The yellowish-brown goatskin paper that corresponded to sequence 6 and 5 was like tanned leather. It was extremely pliable, and the 3 charred yellow pages that could record godhood were thick and textured. They made it so that one didn't need to size them up with one's eyes. Just a quick touch would allow one to make the most effective distinction. Klein's fingers quickly found the 3 thick and textured pages as he lightly pinched the middle page. Although the pocket wasn't big enough, preventing him from fully opening Lamino's travels, Magician's Furs had personally modified a hooded robe. It still provided quite a decent amount of space, allowing the palm-sized spellbook to be opened to a 90-degree angle. As Klein held it with his palm, preventing Lamino's travels from closing, he slid his finger across the corresponding page's surface. He felt a slight bump on the surface, making the mysterious and ancient patterns and symbols appear in his mind through touch. His spirituality was injected. This charred yellow page recorded the demigod powers of the storm pathway. Tornado. Klein wanted to create chaos to interfere with the Aurora Order Saint who might be hiding in the shadows. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Mr. X and use the wind to escape. Apart from this goal, the chaos could also effectively hide any traces, making the members of the gathering scatter and flee in a sorry state. And with their identities unclear, doing so would make them suspicious, making it difficult for the Aurora Order to trace it back to Zio. As his thoughts raced, Klein's gaze locked onto a spot as he slowly pulled out Lamino's travels with his left hand. At the same time, Mr. X took 2 steps to his side and stood in the same direction as him, like an old friend who hadn't seen each other in years. Right on the heels of that, there was an explosion as a visible and terrifying hurricane spiraled around the spot Klein's spirituality had indicated. The tables, coffee tables, sofas, and high-backed chairs in the room flew into the air. The violent tornado cracked the walls and took the roof with it as it swept towards the entrance of the alley. Some of the members of the party were caught in the wind and were thrown far away. Some of them were pushed forward by the wind pressure and stumbled forward, rushing to other places. If it wasn't for Klein deliberately controlling the timing and direction of the hurricane, not only would Mr. X's old house be destroyed, even the surrounding apartment buildings wouldn't be spared. As for the gathering members, they would be swept up by the wind. Their survival would be up to luck. The howling sound quickly became agitated. The tornado that soared into the sky was like a terrifying giant. It staggered towards the entrance of the alley and towards the street. Everywhere it passed, the ground was clean, not a single thing was left behind. Klein was similarly sent flying. He and Mr. X, who was possessed by a wraith, were thrown to another street. During this process, as the 2 of them were standing close to each other, and with the wraith being able to float in midair, he could control the target's body to a certain extent at the periphery of the hurricane. Therefore, the distance between Klein and Mr. X remained within 5 meters. His control of the spirit body threads never stopped. In midair, with the howling wind in his ears, Klein suddenly pulled his right hand in front of his chest, tearing apart the surface of his hooded robe. He reached under his armpit and pulled out Death Knell. Although Mr. X could finish him off with an air bullet in his present state, Klein decided to be careful. He was afraid that his mystical item would have a passive effect, just like Admiral of Blood Seigneur's necklace. One had to do their best when hunting. With Klein's intense action of pulling out his gun, his control of the spirit body threads was clearly affected. If Mr. X wasn't in a state where he was close to being completely controlled, just this moment would have allowed him to regain his basic lucidity. However, even so, Mr. X's thoughts were no longer frozen as they became a little more lively. He attempted to struggle, but in a short period of time, the possessed wraith, Seigneur, made all his efforts turn stiff and contradictory. Then, the enemy who was falling sideways appeared in Mr. X's eyes. Half a thin face and the corresponding deep lines appeared. In his line of sight, the other party coldly pulled the hammer and aimed the black muzzle at him. Bang! Without any hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger as the gunshot's boom was swallowed by the wind. Mr. X's head jerked back as though an invisible hand had pressed down on his face. His head, his brass mask, at this moment, split into countless pieces, carrying with them a red and white liquid, flying in all directions. A fatal shot. The death knell was tolling for him. Thud! After firing that shot, Klein's back hit the ground as he fell to the street. Thud! Mr. X landed to the side as the blood and fragments that were scattered in midair strangely flowed backward and gathered at his neck, forming a head covered in cracks and cracks. This was the power of a wraith. At that moment, the tornado that had lost its support began to collapse, and the huge commotion had undoubtedly been noticed by the distant demigods. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, the newly appointed Archbishop of Bakeland, Deep Blue Officiant, Randall Valentine, flew out of his room and floated high in the sky. The fallen Klein saw that the wind pressure had weakened. He held Death Knell in one hand and Lamino's Travels in the other, just as he was about to flip the latter to the first yellowish-brown goatskin page. After getting this magic book, he realized that there was a record of Traveler's Gate in the pages that originally existed in the book. Klein originally believed that it was a coincidence, but on careful thought, he believed that it was inevitable. This was because Lamino's Travels belonged to the ancient Abraham family. They controlled the apprentice pathway and many corresponding mystical items. They had the resources and were willing to record the powers of a traveler. After all, it was very, very, very useful. At that moment, as long as the traveler's door took form, Klein could easily leave with Mr. X's corpse that Wraith Senor had possessed. The reason why he hadn't used it in the house was because the Aurora Order Saint that might be present wasn't affected. There was a chance that he could discover and interrupt him. Furthermore, Mr. X was a traveler, so there was a certain chance that he could use teleportation door to escape his predicament. Before he died completely, Klein didn't wish to take the risk. At that moment, Klein's vision darkened as he realized that the surrounding streets were filled with pitch-black and strange invisible liquid. It surged over and rapidly condensed, forming a sturdy cage. In this kind of darkness, the shadows came to life, and their cold gazes all fell on him. Power at the level of a demigod. The Aurora Order Saint was indeed nearby. There's no way to teleport directly. Klein's heart tightened as he calmly flipped Lamino's Travels to the charred page. Sizzle! Silver pythons leaped out of thin air as they intertwined with each other and swept through the darkness, illuminating everything. Lightning storm. The solidified pitch-black instantly shattered, and without any hesitation, Klein had stuffed Death Knell's right hand into his pocket. He pinched the dark green stone that was covered in burn marks. Door! He said in ancient Hermes with an abnormally calm tone. A light blue glow burst out as Klein's figure rapidly turned blurry. Even Mr. X's corpse, which had come over to grab his shoulder, experienced the same changes. The two figures instantly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. They quickly departed from the brightly colored and overlapping spirit world, cleverly escaping. In the alley that was strewn with wood chips, rubble, cloth, and all sorts of junk, in the flattened gathering house, in a shadowy spot, someone grunted. Damn it! At this moment, the other gathering members had already fled the street. A sonic boom sounded from high in the sky. Zio and Furs, who were searching for ghosts in Eastborough, were alarmed by the sudden brightening of the sky. They hurriedly looked into the distance and saw the silver forest that bloomed like a flower. That warped posture and hideous feeling made them tremble for some baffling reason despite them being very far away. They nearly didn't dare look straight at it. What exactly happened over there? Zio mumbled softly as she exchanged looks with Furs in confusion. Furs actually had some guesses, but she found it unbelievable. This was because this completely exceeded the strength of the world, German Sparrow. In an alley without any lights, Klein appeared out of thin air with Mr. X's corpse as he landed on the ground. He didn't panic at all. He first left death knell in his pocket before using his right hand to take out another book from his chest. Roselle's Travels. Pa. Klein slapped the book written by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt at Mr. X's face, staining the cover with blood. Moments later, Mr. X's corpse vanished, leaving behind Wraith Senior in his old triangular hat and dark red coat. Right on the heels of that, Klein put away Roselle's Travels and flipped open Lamino's Travels, making the other yellowed page face up. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from the book as an illusory angel with 12 pairs of wings flew up and landed on Klein. All of this happened in an instant as the alley returned to darkness. Only the dim moonlight silently illuminated the area. Klein then took out another metal bottle and poured out the blood stored inside, smearing it evenly on the cover of Lamino's Travels. After doing all of this, he put away the other items, pulled off his hooded robe, and casually shook it to the side. Scarlet flames soared up and burned the tattered clothes cleanly. At the same time, Klein silently grew 10 centimeters, making him look rather ordinary. Then, he used the stars in the sky to determine his bearings and picked up a fallen tree branch to help. Soon, he passed through the dark and depraved streets and returned to the cheap inn from before. Up to this point, he still didn't know what weakness he had. In the single room of the cheap inn, Klein changed into his own clothes and transformed back into German Sparrow. Looking at the thin and cold crazy adventurer in the mirror, he fell silent for a few seconds before picking up his half-top hat and wearing it. Above the flattened building, the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine, who had failed to catch the rat, looked down in silence for a long while. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter looked at the visitor outside the door in surprise. "Bishop, is there a reason for your sudden visit?" Bishop Electra chuckled. "I heard that Dwayne is sick, so I came to visit him. Perhaps with the goddess's blessings, he will quickly recover." Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 796. Walter came to the 3rd floor, bent his finger, and knocked on the master bedroom's door. "Who is it?" Don Dantes' weak and hoarse voice sounded. Walter twisted the doorknob and pushed a gap in the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit you. Do you want to meet him in the living room or the activity room, or do you want to invite him directly to the bedroom?" Typically speaking, visitors weren't allowed into the master bedroom. It was rather rude, but visiting patients was an exception. After a brief silence, Don Dantes replied, "Invite him to the bedroom. Invite him to the bedroom." "All right, sir." As Walter gestured for Richardson to rush the maidservant to prepare tea, he walked downstairs and led the Bishop of the Church of Evernight, Electra, upstairs. Soon, Electra entered the bedroom and saw Don Dantes leaning against the bed, looking somewhat haggard. "Richardson, give the bishop a chair," Dwayne Dantes said with a smile, his face slightly pale. Richardson was already prepared as he immediately moved a high-back chair to a spot not far from the bed. Electra took a few steps forward and observed the tycoon's face. He asked in concern, "Don, how are you feeling? Did you get a physician?" His spiritual perception hadn't been triggered, so he didn't make any other attempts. This was just a normal visit from a pious believer. Don Dantes coughed lightly and revealed a smile. "Actually, I'm almost done. I believe I can continue attending the cathedral tomorrow or the day after to listen to your sermons." "That's good. I was still wondering if I should help you pray to the goddess for your blessings." Electra laughed, took a step back, and sat on the chair that Richardson had moved over. At this moment, Don Dantes looked at the bishop and chuckled. "Actually, I've always had a question. Can clergymen of the Church of the Goddess get married?" Electra, who was 2 years short of 40, sighed with a smile. "This question has actually been troubling us for a very long time. In many ancient theological councils, the archbishops had heated arguments about this. On one hand, they believe that servants of the goddess must maintain their purity, regardless of gender. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy against the goddess. On the other hand, they find the goddess's words from the revelation of Evernight and other ancient texts. They believe that the goddess is encouraging marriage, encouraging equal and normal interactions between the sexes. The clergy should be role models, not negative examples. This is the greatest respect for the goddess. In modern times, this problem was basically put aside. The Church neither forbade nor encouraged it. The only requirement was that the married clergy could not have their family members live in the church. Dwayne Dantes nodded slowly as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Bishop, do you have a wife?" The thin and average-looking Bishop Electra sighed and couldn't hide his smile. 2 years ago, I entered the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess. This year, I just happened to have a child. I originally wanted to remain single to serve the goddess, but, as he spoke, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and shook his head. Without waiting for Don Dantes to delve deeper into the topic, Bishop Electra returned with a question. "You seem to be single as well. Are you considering marriage?" He seemed to tacitly agree with Dwayne Dantes' thoughts. He treated the answer to the question as confirmation and asked, "What's the matter?" He directly treated the above question as confirmation and asked, "What kind of lady do you like? Perhaps I can introduce you to a suitable candidate." Don Dantes coughed lightly again and said with a smile, "In the past, I always chose to take risks in order to accumulate wealth. Therefore, I wasn't willing to get married, afraid that I would be a burden to the other party. I like many types, and I'm not picky. I like women who are older than me and can give me warmth and ease of mind." Before he finished his sentence, Richardson's expression suddenly froze as he turned his head to the side. Following that, he lowered his head in discomfort as he felt a baffling burning pain on his face. Don Dantes remained oblivious as he continued, "Much younger than me. Pure and lively. She makes one feel like they're seeing the morning. I like women who are filled with vitality without realizing it." Bishop Electra's smile suddenly froze. He raised his palm, clenched it into a fist, and pressed it against his mouth as he coughed. Don Dantes didn't stop as he shook his head and sighed with a smile. "I once had a love or marriage, but I like ladies who can only look at them from afar because of their status and identity. They are filled with charm, and every action is intoxicating. It's hard to control myself, and I often dream of them." Butler Walter, who was standing nearby, suddenly trembled, as though he had just experienced a dream that he didn't wish to wake up from but was extremely resistant to. It was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Don Dantes still wanted to continue, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't make a sound. He then chuckled and said, "That's very normal. This is very normal. Humans are limited by their bodies. Under the influence of their senses, they will always have some abnormal thoughts. As long as they can control their thoughts and do things according to their own will, and they don't feel tormented, they will still be good husbands, good fathers, and good men. Very reasonable. When we're angry, we will always have irrational thoughts, but very few people can turn them into reality." Bishop Electra cleverly diverted the topic as Butler Walter and Richardson revealed contemplative expressions. The bishop didn't stay for long. After taking a few sips of the marquis black tea that the maidservant had brought, he got up and bade farewell, leaving Don Dantes' residence. The room quickly turned silent as the window to the balcony opened silently. Klein, who had transformed back into Don Dantes, nimbly jumped in. "Thankfully, I came back in time. If I had allowed Rhodes to continue chatting, Bishop Electra would no longer acknowledge me as a devout believer. Perhaps I might even find Walter and Richardson hanging themselves in their rooms tomorrow morning, and the entire street would be spreading rumors that Don Dantes is a sex maniac." Klein glanced at the fake Don Dantes' true magic mirror on the bed and silently sighed. The latter half of what he had said was something he had personally come up with and gotten Rhodes to read it out loud. Of course, this was his worst guess. He believed that Rhodes wouldn't allow the matter to develop to that stage. "Welcome back, my great master." On the bed, Don Dantes bowed and greeted him. "Did your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, do well?" Upon hearing the magic mirror's stammering question, Klein sighed again. "Not bad. You disguised yourself well. But try not to agitate others when chatting. I'll take note." The fake Don Dantes's image rapidly vanished as a small mirror appeared on the pillow. On the surface of the mirror, a silvery white light burst forth, squirming and condensing into words. "Thank you for your affirmation. I will always follow in your footsteps and look forward to the next opportunity to serve you." After a simple goodbye emoticon, the mirror returned to normal. Klein leaned over and put away the mirror before entering the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He wanted to complete the grazing before Mr. X's spirit body completely dissipated. In the world of the book, in a cave on a snow-covered mountain peak. Klein looked at Mr. X's corpse on the ground and carefully identified the head that was pieced together from the fragment. He then compared it to the portrait of the target provided by Miss Magicians in his memories. "It's him. I hope that I can obtain traveling and records this time. With one of them, this operation will be profitable. If not, I'll have to consider getting Miss Magicians to add more money." The difficulty of hunting a sequence 5 and facing a demigod are 2 completely different matters. As Klein thought about it, he extended his left palm and spread open his fingers, aiming at the corpse that had yet to completely dissipate its spirituality. Creeping hunger rapidly returned to its original state, as though it was made of thin human skin. 2 eyes cracked open on its palm, its pupils bright red as though they were dyed with blood. Amidst the bone-chilling cold wind, Mr. X's dissipated spirit body, and the resplendent beyonder points of light that resembled the Milky Way drilled into Creeping Hunger, fixing themselves on the empty finger. Creeping Hunger first turned transparent, like a reflection of the spirit world before returning to normal. Klein closed his eyes to sense it, and his brows gradually relaxed as a smile suffused his face. His luck was rather good this time. He had drawn one of the beyonder powers he wanted the most, Traveler's Door. This could be shortened to teleportation door, teleportation, or traveling. Its use was to allow a person to sense the outside world and allow them to traverse the spirit world. Due to the difference in strength of their spirit bodies, beyonders of different sequences could withstand teleportation for different times. The effects and distance of traversing the spirit world were also clearly different. If it's only sequence 9 or 8, then it wouldn't exceed Bakeland. At my current level, I wonder if I can directly head to the primitive island provided by Mr. the Hanging Man. Yes, if it really doesn't work, I can split it into 2 or 3 trips. Klein thought with a smile. Only at this moment did he realize that a traveler's head-on combat strength was very powerful. This was because the difficulty of using traveling over short distances was only about the same as flaming jump. This also meant that a traveler could constantly flash around a target. He could be far or close, catching others off guard and preventing them from attacking him. Coupled with the various powers he had recorded, and his vigilance of immediately distancing himself from anything amiss, Klein suspected that even if he had lightning storm and tornado, he might not be able to keep a traveler at bay in a head-on battle. Indeed, a marionettist should try his best to stay behind the scenes. As Klein reflected, he cast his gaze back at Mr. X's corpse. Creeping Hunger had just obtained another beyonder power. It was the Apprentice Sequence's door opening. This was almost equivalent to a weakened version of traveling. It was of little value. As his gaze moved, Klein's eyes reflected the ruby ring on Mr. X's finger. P.S. It's the last few hours of April. It would be a waste if I didn't cast my monthly ticket. Chapter 797. In addition to the normal days off in April, I took 2 days off. This is probably something that happens after a year of writing a book. First, there are more and more clues and characters, and many scenes have already been written. The further I go, the harder it will be to write, and it will take more time. Second, after a year of writing, I have to face the computer and think about the plot for a long time. It will definitely make me feel depressed, anxious, irritated, and unhealthy. Actually, I have been sick since Chinese New Year. First, I caught a cold and conjunctivitis. Not long after I recovered, I caught a cold again. At the end of March, my stomach started to feel uncomfortable, and I have yet to recover completely. I have already booked an endoscopy, and I might have to take a day off. So, after fighting for first place in March, I was thinking of not fighting for the rest. Everyone can subscribe as much as they want every month. If someone wants to fight for first place, then fight for it. If no one wants to fight for it, then we will continue to queue here openly. We have 41,000 subscriptions, and we have the confidence to do so. I didn't expect to get first place again. No matter what, I still have to thank everyone. I have to add a chapter, but I owe it to everyone. I will return it when my body is completely healed. Also, the more I write, the more times I will ask for leave. Maybe I will ask for a fixed day off every week. This, I will think about it when the time comes. I have not reached that stage yet. Speaking of the book itself, the difficulty of writing the 4th volume is not small. First, the map has changed, and the people around me have changed. I need to establish many new characters, and not let the stage be a one-man show. This requires space, and it is a test of the ability to make daily life interesting. Secondly, back in Bakeland, the environment is limited, and the plot needs to be reasonable. It is not easy to develop. So far, the 4th volume is stable, and there are no major problems. However, there are still some small flaws. The most obvious is that Little Kuz's part is not interesting. When daily life needs to be completed quickly, I will change the point of view and write about other people, so that the plot will flow smoothly. At the same time, I will also write about other people, but I underestimated the number of daily life tycoons. Sometimes, I will change the point of view too much, and it will be messy. Later on, I will continue to write slowly, and hope to smoothly and attractively advance. Also, I will try to write after the character dies, and through the interaction and memories of the people around him, I will continue to write vividly. Ugh, this seems to be asking for a knife. Alright, May is coming. Please maintain the monthly vote. I can't be left behind during the double period. The update time is still the same. Chapter 798. After staring at Mr. X's corpse for a while, Klein resisted the urge to personally plunder the spoils of war. He made Wraith Senor, who was standing beside him, take 2 steps forward and take off the golden ring embedded with a ruby. This way, even if the items Mr. X carried with him had unimaginable negative effects, it would be borne by his marionette. It wouldn't affect Klein. After a serious inspection, Senor returned with the ruby ring, 48 pounds, and an ordinary pipe filled with tobacco. Just this? An oracle from the Aurora Order only has this much? Klein looked at this scene in surprise, nearly cursing pauper. Soon, he calmed down and used his rationality to convince himself that the situation was very reasonable. Mr. X is a traveler. He can record the beyonder powers of others, and he's considered a rather comprehensive one. Even if such a powerhouse has other mystical items, he would definitely be inclined to record them and not carry them with him. This way, he can enjoy the benefits of having different powers that complement each other while avoiding the corresponding negative effects, preventing himself from getting himself killed. From this train of thought, there's a high chance that this ring has a passive or triggered effect. With this in mind, Klein nodded gently and made Wraith Senor carry Mr. X's mangled and sticky head, attach it to him, and return above the gray fog. After sitting in the fool's seat, he no longer feared anything. He directly took the golden ring embedded with a ruby and used divination to confirm the actual effects of the mystical item. Its name is Flower of Blood. It can allow the wearer to gain a deeper level of control over their own flesh and blood. As long as they don't die directly and aren't completely purified, thus losing control, they will be able to squirm and recover. This is equivalent to giving it an instinct. It's a passive effect, from the looks of it. My decision to use death knell to deliver a fatal blow was correct. If I hadn't used all my strength, Mr. X might not have truly died. Furthermore, he could have used the extreme pain to awaken himself and escape the control of a marionettist. He had also considered the fact that he was more of a spellcaster and that his body wasn't strong enough. This ring also has some corresponding flesh and blood magic. It can be considered rather useful. Klein held the ruby ring in one hand and rapped the edge of the long mottled table with the other as he silently muttered to himself. He immediately searched for the negative effects of the flower of blood ring. Dozens of seconds later, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and left the dream. "Isn't this too much of a scam?" he muttered with a slightly twisted expression. With the help of dream divination, he had deciphered the negative effects of the flower of blood ring. It randomly and irregularly made the wearer give up thinking and lose their rationality. Very good, this is very much like the true creator. Klein couldn't help but grit his teeth. There was no pattern to the negative effects that appeared randomly. This meant that flower of blood couldn't be used at all. Recalling the previous scene, Klein was amused and annoyed as he muttered to himself, "Mr. X actually dares to wear such a ring? That's right. After all, after I convert to the true creator, I often lose the ability to think. In that case, wearing this ring won't make me any worse." Yes, losing one's rationality isn't the same as losing one's rationality. It won't cause one to suddenly injure others, but it will make one appear very stiff and stupid, acting on instinct. Phew! Klein exhaled and decided to throw the flower of blood ring into the junk pile, to prevent himself from being vexed. From his point of view, not only was this crappy item useless to him, he couldn't sell it even if he wanted to, unless he got someone from the Aurora Order to buy it back. However, that would make the true creator very happy. At this moment, he glanced at Admiral of Blood Senor, who was standing beside him through the corner of his eye. Klein's heart stirred as he clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? I might not be able to use it, but I can get my marionette to use it. After all, he's already dead. He's completely obedient and doesn't need the ability to think. Admiral of Blood, Flower of Blood, they're destined to be a pair. Although Senor has lost control of his body due to his death, I can provide, this way, even if he doesn't have the time to transform into a wraith, and his body as a zombie isn't strong enough, he can be reattached even if he loses an arm or leg. Of course, to a marionette, this isn't important. It doesn't affect his intrinsic quality. The main goal is to obtain some additional flesh and blood magic. A few seconds later, the delighted Klein made the old triangular hat and dark red coat Senor pick up the ruby ring on the table and wear it on his left index finger. After doing this, Klein made the wraith return to the gold coin. He raised his left palm and spread open his fingers. He wanted to release the interrogator inside Creeping Hunger. This was a promise he had made a long time ago. And when he obtained Creeping Hunger, this was the last spirit body that had been grazed inside that hadn't been freed. Amidst an inconspicuous cold wind, a blurry and transparent soul appeared beside the long bronze table. He was a man in his 30s wearing a navy uniform. He had a brown beard, and his face was filled with pain and confusion. "What's your name? Why did you die at the hands of Zillings?" Klein asked in a deep voice. The man fell into a daze for a moment before saying, "My name is Andy Hayden. My name is Andy Hayden, the second mate of the Enmat. I died in a naval battle. No, I didn't die on the spot. I was captured by a Phasation before I entered that glove of yours. I don't know Zillings. I've never even heard of him. When Zillings obtained Creeping Hunger, this interrogator was inside the glove. Because psychic piercing was too useful, he didn't replace it all this while? I wonder who the previous owner of Creeping Hunger is?" Klein asked with interest, That's right. Who's the phasation that captured you? What does he look like? Andy Hayden thought seriously and said, I don't know his name. I only remember that his epaulet was that of a colonel. I remember that he had a big nose that left a deep impression. I remember that his eyes were blue, and his hair was a golden yellow. He was nearly 2 meters tall. Such a person is very common in FASAC. Apart from the identity of a colonel, Klein thought for a moment. What year did you die? Andy Hayden's figure was gradually unable to maintain itself as it began to dissipate. Finally, it left behind a sentence. 1338, 12 years ago. Yes, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been famous for less than 10 years. That colonel might have already become a general of the Phasation Empire. Klein nodded gently, realizing that he hadn't had the time to ask Andy Hayden what his last wishes were. Forget it. It's already a good thing for him to be freed. Klein quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind as he conjured the word, German Sparrow. Please inform Miss Magicians that Mr. X, Louis Veen, is already dead. Ask her to receive the memento and the spellbook. I'll request it from her again when I need it. Furs saw an endless gray fog, and she heard the word, German Sparrow's emotionless voice. Although she was already mentally prepared for this news, she still found it unbelievable and unacceptable. He really succeeded? The thunderstorm in Eastborough was created by him? Furs held back the stirrings in her heart. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, she set up a bestowment ritual in her bedroom. Before long, the illusory door formed from candlelight and spirituality materials opened. 2 items flew out and landed on the table. Furs took a careful look and nearly screamed. She hurriedly covered her mouth and took 2 steps back, leaning close to the wall of spirituality. One of the 2 items was her Lamino's travels, and the other was a hideous head covered in cracks and cracks. It was stained with blood as though it was pieced together from pieces of shards. It flickered with a light that resembled the reflection of glass. As a medical graduate and a doctor who had worked in a famous clinic, Furs had seen many corpses, but none of them were as disgusting, strange, and terrifying as the head in front of her. After calming down, Furs looked at the head again and confirmed that it was indeed Louis Veen. She first cautiously used astrology to make a final confirmation, and then her face twitched slightly as she muttered to herself silently, I'm not sure. Mr. World will shatter the target's head before piecing it back together? At that moment, a scene involuntarily surfaced in Furs's mind. The cold German Sparrow was sitting in front of the table, picking up the blood-stained headpieces one by one as he seriously put together a jigsaw puzzle. This made Furs involuntarily shiver. For some baffling reason, she felt that World was a crazed killer with serious mental illness. Moving her gaze, she took 2 steps forward and picked up Lamino's travels, casually flipping through it. Her gaze gradually froze because there was more content in the spellbook. It was suspected to be related to wind and lightning. This made her recall the lightning storm in Eastborough. She was certain that it was caused by Mr. World. Furs hurriedly flipped Lamino's travels to the 3 yellowed pages and realized that they were blank. She immediately had a guess. She believed that the World German Sparrow had likely used Mr. Fool's help to record the beyonder powers of a demigod. Today, I realized that if I have enough money and resources, I can hire the various members of the Tarot to help me record different beyonder powers. This way, Lamino's travels will become extremely powerful. However, I don't have the money or resources. I can request for a reward from teacher. I can say that I sacrificed quite a bit to avenge him. Furs thought for a moment and first thanked Mr. Fool. Then she asked him to pass the message to the world. I'm very sorry. My reward isn't commensurate with the difficulty of the mission. When I receive the reward, I'll make up for it. After praying, Furs ended the ritual and hurriedly hid the head. If Zio were to discover it, she'll definitely imagine a horror story. After doing everything, Furs clapped her hands and thought leisurely. By the time Furs responded, Klein had already returned to the real world. All he could hear was a blurry female voice. But even so, he couldn't help but feel fear and dread. This was because the weakness brought about by Death Knell was fear of women. P.S. Please guarantee your monthly vote. It'll be double for the next few days. Chapter 799. On Saturday morning, the pajama-wearing Klein rubbed his head as he got out of bed. He hadn't slept well last night. This was because it was inevitable that different images of women would appear in his dreams. Therefore, he had woken up in fright and had to spend a few minutes to calm his emotions before going back to sleep. Thankfully, this weakness only lasts for 6 hours. Furthermore, I don't need to head out late at night or face a maid. Klein sighed as he pulled the rope beside his bed. Richardson, who was standing outside the door, immediately walked in with the clothes his employer needed to wear that day. I've no idea what Rhodes said, but Richardson is increasingly evasive when facing me. I've been hit on the type of woman I like, and that's a little contradictory to social customs. When Klein rushed back, he only managed to hear the magic mirror's description of himself, but it had accurately struck at Walter's heart. He wasn't aware of what had happened before. He didn't use dream divination to obtain the corresponding information, as he felt that there was no need for it. After all, with Richardson's character, he wouldn't have the guts to take action no matter who he liked. It wouldn't cause any additional effects. After changing his clothes, Klein went down to the second floor and walked to the dining hall. As usual, Walter was wearing white gloves as he waited by the door. Upon seeing Don Dantes walk over, he took a step forward and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, sir. You have 2 tutoring sessions today. You will be attending a banquet at Mr. Portland Moment's place in the evening." Portland Moment lived at 100 Buckland Street. He was a full professor of engineering at Baekeland University, a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Ruan Kingdom. As he had discovered a few types of alloys, he had won the Light of Machinery Award. He was second only to Turani von Helmesuen in the scientific world. Furthermore, the few types of alloys he had discovered were widely used in shipbuilding and the development of steam engines. Just the profits from the patents made him a tycoon worth hundreds of thousands of pounds. Upon hearing Walter's words, Klein casually glanced at him and discovered that the butler had dark circles under his eyes. His eye bags were puffy, and he looked completely different from usual. It was as though he hadn't slept well the entire night. If he didn't have the powers of a faceless, Don Dantes would probably have such an image. Klein retracted his gaze in pity and didn't say a word. As he nodded gently in response to Walter's greeting, he entered the dining hall. Frankly speaking, he was actually quite impressed by the other party. He often faced a demoness, yet he could not help but fantasize about her, having an erotic dream with a target in the dead of night. He could not help but want to get closer to her and pray for her pleasure. It had to be known that a demoness, especially one who was experiencing or had already experienced pleasure, had a charm that far exceeded the level of a simple beyonder effect. Every move she made would make a man who approached her involuntarily feel intoxicated and infatuated. It was equivalent to slowly progressing from consuming marijuana to a higher stage, to the point where there was no way to escape the pleasure given by a demoness. This was probably something that only men who were naturally attracted to the same sex could effectively resist. Of course, Klein suspected that men who liked the same sex weren't completely immune to it. This was because their minds and hormones would be affected, resulting in changes that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Furthermore, a large number of demonesses were originally men, so this reduced their resistance. It was precisely because of this that even though he was already a Sequence 5 Beyonder, Klein had to constantly maintain a highly tense state when facing demonesses like Trissy and Tracy. He was afraid that he would be charmed if he wasn't careful. Even he was in such a state, much less an ordinary person like Butler Walter. This wasn't a problem that could be changed with his own will. Although Trissy had clearly restrained her charm due to Prince Edisac's death or her advancement, Walter is just an ordinary person. Yes, even if he's not an ordinary person, he's at most a sequence 9 or 8. For him to be able to maintain his current state under such circumstances, it's enough to show that he has extremely strong self-control. He's very loyal to Prince Edisac, and he loves his wife and daughter very much. As Klein sighed, he sat down. Today's breakfast was his favorite Desi pie. The oily feeling that seeped out made him salivate. The dark blue sea at night was nearly black, dyed with a faint crimson. It was calmer and quieter than it was during the day. The Blue Avenger rose and fell gently with the waves, like a ghostly shadow as it sailed towards the crimson moon. Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the distant waves. He looked calm on the surface, but he couldn't contain his excitement. The sea ahead was the abyssal whirlpool north of Sonia Island. It was named for the dangerous whirlpools that often appeared without warning. It was a dangerous zone that no ship was willing to enter. After finishing his report and leaving Pasu Island, Alger directed the Blue Avenger to head north, circling around Sonia Island and headed straight for this place. Along the way, they only entered the harbor to resupply once, so they didn't waste any time. As for whether they would be suspected for coming north, Alger wasn't worried. This was because the Church of the Storm was happy to see its captains head north of the Sonia Sea and the Fog Sea to obtain intelligence on the Fasak Empire, the Kingdom of Intis, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Combat. Turning back to look at the cabin, Alger walked to the edge of the deck and took out a charm made of tin. He held it in his palm and chanted the incantation. Storm. A blue flame soared and engulfed the charm. Alger suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with the fish in the sea below him. At that moment, both parties could actually communicate on the mental level. The tin charm was one of the supplies Alger had obtained on Pasu Island. It allowed him to get close to undersea creatures for a certain period of time and engage in a superficial mental communication with them. Amidst his thoughts, Alger failed to obtain the information he wanted. All he could do was wait for the Blue Avenger to approach the Abyss Maelstrom before making a second attempt. Time ticked by as Alger, who had failed nearly 100 times, finally learned from a spindle-like fish where Obninsk sea monsters frequented. If I didn't know that the target was near the Abyss Maelstrom, I would have long given up. It's very difficult to obtain information on such matters through investigations, Alger concluded as he touched his pocket. He had already used up most of the affinity charm for sea creatures. He only had 5 left. I have to make up for another batch when I return. I can't let anyone discover it. I heard that the resistance in the Rörsted archipelago has quite a number of them. Heh. As Alger thought about it, he made the Blue Avenger turn around and head for the location he had just learned of. More than an hour later, the Blue Avenger stopped as Alger took out a sealed metal can. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas he had spent 130 pounds to buy from the moon. He had no doubts about its effects, as he had already used one before. As the Blue Avenger was a ghost ship, there wasn't a need for too many people to keep watch at night. There was only one every night, and he was in charge of watching the ship to prevent it from deliberately causing problems or heading into dangerous waters. As the captain, Alger could arrange for himself to be on watch tonight without leaving any traces. After making his preparations, he came to the sailor's door, pulled out a metal tube, opened the sealed can, and released it from room to room. He didn't even let go of the junk storeroom, so as to prevent any crew members from playing cards in the middle of the night. After doing all of this, Alger, who wasn't in a rush to concoct the potion, brought the ingredients and changed into an underwater suit made of sharkskin. He then jumped down from the right side of the ship without stirring up any splashes. In the gloomy waters, Alger's eyes gradually turned dark blue as he saw his surroundings clearly. He breathed in the air in comfort and constantly dived down until he came to a pitch-black deep sea. Then, he used the seabed creature affinity charm again to communicate with the strange fish around him. With the kind-hearted fish's guidance, Alger determined his direction and asked as he swam. Finally, he arrived at a place that looked like an underwater volcano. The fish creatures actually didn't know that the Obninsk lived here. They only knew that many of their kind and a number of top deep-sea hunters had vanished in the vicinity. With his beyonder powers, Alger looked into the distance and saw that there was a huge, dark cave on the underwater volcano. Tentacles that were thicker than the pythons in the southern continent's primitive forests floated out from it as they gently swayed. The huge suction cups, the patterned skin, and the cave that was several times the size of the Blue Avenger left Alger feeling an inexplicable sense of fear. He didn't dare approach. An Obninsk is at least equivalent to a powerful Sequence 5. Furthermore, it has a terrifying body. Yes, I can confirm that it's a target. Alger carefully swam over and stopped at a dangerous distance. After careful identification, he once again used the seabed creature affinity charm. Following that, he let his spirituality penetrate the seawater and spread into the cave in an attempt to communicate with the powerful psyche that was curled up. The gigantic psyche slowly stretched out as countless chaotic thoughts burst forth. It was taken aback for a moment before its psyche erupted like a volcano. Roar! Amidst the terrifying sound, an exaggerated vortex appeared in the cave. The surrounding seawater, junk, and even Alger were sucked in. It was filled with animosity. Alger's pupils constricted as his body suddenly became slippery. He was pushed by an invisible wind as he fled in the opposite direction. He used a few beyonder powers and finally escaped the influence of the vortex. He didn't dare stay near the underwater volcano as he quickly floated up and opened up a distance. Nearly a minute later, Alger, who had finally escaped the danger zone, spat out a bubble and heaved a sigh of relief. That Obninsk is actually able to resist the influence of the seabed creature affinity charm. It hates things that have an owner's aura? After a brief moment of thought, Alger, who didn't wish to waste the opportunity, made up his mind seeing that the situation had developed to this point. In the seawater, he prayed in Elvish, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, P.S. Thank you, Mr. Y from the Silver Alliance, for a guaranteed monthly pass." Chapter 800. Due to the time difference, Klein was attending a banquet at Portland Moment's house when he heard the stacked illusory pleas. Such a banquet began at 7:30 and lasted until 9:30 or even 10. This was because the appetizers, soup, side dishes, main course, staple food, vegetables, fruits, and desserts totaled up to 20 dishes. The serving men would serve them one by one, removing and replacing them in order to prevent the dining table from being messed up. Furthermore, there was an interval between each dish for the guests to chat. A gentleman had to take the initiative to communicate with the woman on his right. In short, it's rather troublesome and tiring. Even the dishes and drinks have to be paid attention to. However, the taste isn't bad. Klein took the opportunity to say to Ma and Willis on his right while the roasted lamb was being replaced, "Sorry, I need to use the bathroom." He then stood up, pressed his right hand to his chest, and bent his back slightly to greet the other guests. Then, he left the dining table and headed for one of the washrooms on the second floor. After entering and locking the door, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Mr. the Hanging Man's prayer. He wishes for me to help him obtain the goodwill of the Obninsk sea monster. He's willing to gather 15 pages of Roselle's diary or help me do something of equal value. His progress isn't slow. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein emanated his spirituality and touched the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. He considered for a few seconds. Investigate all the FASAC colonels who participated in the Konotop naval battle in 1338. As an expert in history, he learned from the interrogator's spirit body that he died at the sea in 1338. After he died at the hands of the Phasacians, he immediately figured out which naval battle it corresponded to. Throughout 1338, the relationship between Rouen and Faysac was tense, with occasional friction. However, there was only one battle in which a colonel-level officer died, the naval battle that broke out in East Balham's Conatop. And in a Faysac fleet, there definitely weren't many colonels. In the dark and deep seawater, Alger Wilson saw the endless grayish-white fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. Investigate all the colonels of the Faysac Empire who participated in the Conatop Sea Battle in 1338. Why would Mr. Fool pay attention to such trivial figures? This involved a huge secret? Alger's heart skipped a beat. He no longer hesitated and agreed. Your will is my will, Yi Futian said calmly. Such a mission was difficult and complicated for him, but it wasn't dangerous. It was the type of mission he could handle right now. After the response, Alger heard Mr. Fool's deep voice again. You can return to the vicinity of the target now. That's it? As expected of Mr. Fool. After obtaining the authority, he was more like a sea god than cavituous, and his power was no longer limited to the Rorstad archipelago. Alger was overjoyed and solemnly expressed his thanks. Then, he bent his waist and spread his legs, turning around and diving down again. In just a few minutes, he returned to the side of the underwater volcano. He saw that the water around the huge, dark cave was in chaos. The tentacles were flailing and hadn't calmed down yet. Although Alger believed that Mr. Fool was powerful and terrifying enough to be an awakening ancient god, he instinctively turned cautious when he saw this scene. He carefully approached him. He suspected that the Obninsk's flailing tentacles were welcoming him. And at this moment, above the gray fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, frowned slightly. It refuses to communicate with sea god. It even hates this feeling and isn't willing to get close to sea god, he muttered as though he had a toothache. He had failed to influence the surrounding waters with the help of the supplicant. For some reason, the Obninsk had a strong resistance towards the beyonder powers of getting close to sea creatures. Through the prayer scene, Klein could vaguely sense the target's anger. It wanted to tear apart any living being that dared approach it. Mr. the Hanging Man has gone over. He's gone over. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to use a different method. He raised the sea god's scepter a little higher, making the blue gems on it light up one after another, emitting a bright and dazzling light. Right on the heels of that, he transmitted the tyrannical aura of lightning storm onto the Obninsk. The thick tentacles that had been stirring up the seabed suddenly froze, then fell down and stuck tightly to the ground. In the dark cave, countless green spots of light appeared. Amidst a jarring grunt, a terrifying monster that could devour a sailboat crawled out. Its patterned black body was massive and distorted. It had 3 heads, and each head had more than 10 eyes. Each of them emitted a green glow. The monster immediately crouched down, as obedient as a domestic hound. Sure enough, communication requires skill. Klein nodded in satisfaction. Once again, he used his beyonder powers of affinity with marine creatures. Through mental communication, he made the Obninsk's 3 heads open their mouths at the same time. This made 3 deep caves appear in front of Alger. Each of them was wide enough for a sailboat to pass through. Praise Mr. Fool. Alger looked up at the magnificent scene in front of him as he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He didn't waste any time as he chose the head in the middle and quickly swam in. A winding tunnel quickly appeared in Alger's vision. The walls were made of flesh and blood, and the width was comparable to the front deck of the Blue Avenger. Gulp. Water surged inwards as it followed the tunnel deep into its depth. Alger hurriedly seized the opportunity to dive in. Suddenly, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he had just become a sailor. He was in a battle against the waves, and he felt dizzy and unable to maintain his balance. By the time Alger used his beyonder powers and finally stabilized his body, he had already left the tunnel of flesh and blood. He found himself in a pitch-black and empty world. There was a sticky sensation beneath his feet as a pungent stench of blood emanated from his surroundings. In just a second, Alger realized that the liquid here was corroding him. He hurriedly created a layer of water film around him, causing it to expand and turn into a transparent ball. He knew that he had entered the Obninsk's stomach. Without any hesitation, he took out the bottles he had prepared and began concocting the potion. The supplementary ingredients were thrown into the wide-mouthed metal bottle one after another, mixing into a dark blue liquid. Then, a transparent jellyfish that resembled azure seawater was carefully placed in by Alger. The distant drifting singing suddenly turned intense before it calmed down. The liquid in the wide-mouthed metal bottle didn't have a single ripple or bubble. It was as deep as the ocean before a storm. Alger calmed his emotions and did some cogitation. Then, he picked up the metal bottle and gulped down the ocean songster potion inside. The cold, numbing liquid slid down his esophagus and entered his stomach. In an inconceivable manner, it instantly spread to every cell in his body. At that instant, Alger vaguely heard countless voices. They came from all the living beings in the sea, but most of them were blocked by the Obninsk's body. All that was left was a relatively blurry sound. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Alger felt his heart thump violently as it spewed out blood, spirituality, and sound waves, modifying his vocal cords and soul body. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a huge sigh. Amidst the sigh, Alger felt that his spirit body was slightly torn apart. As the sound waves spread outwards, they first turned into mottled scales on his skin before pulling out long strips of flesh, turning them into flailing tentacles. The sound waves continued spreading outwards with the spirit body fragments, making contact with the sticky liquid in the Obninsk's stomach. They miraculously bounced back and entered Alger's body again. Alger's nearly losing control instantly turned for the better. He hurriedly took the opportunity to sing loudly without any fear of embarrassment, hoping to vent all the invisible sound waves that could cause him to explode. The rough, messy, and off-key singing filled with a heavy metal quality spread outwards, mixed with many spirit body fragments. Then, all of them were bounced back by the sticky liquid in the Obninsk's stomach. During this process, Alger was like a material in a soundwave furnace as he was slowly being ground into shape. Finally, he regained full control over his body and restrained the surging spirituality. Finally, Alger closed his eyes as an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. He had completed the goal he had been aiming for all these years, to advance to ocean songster. He now has a shallow control over lightning, a better, more comprehensive, and longer underwater talent, as well as the ability to use his singing to influence his target. The latter ability has several directions due to the difference in everyone's characteristic. One is to use beautiful singing to interfere with the enemy's spirit body, making them fall into a daze or increase their explosive strength. Another is to simulate thunder to shock others. Another is to rely on messy and unpleasant singing to make the enemy irritable and lose their rationality. Alger observed his condition as he wore an odd expression. He quickly extricated himself from such thoughts, picked up his items, and swam upstream to the Obninsk's mouth. He gently rapped its already closed mouth. The mouth slowly opened and suddenly roared, spewing out everything in its mouth. Alger instantly felt as though he was in midair as he nearly collided with a shark. After a flurry of activity, he surfaced and swam towards the Blue Avenger. When the spectre ship's figure reflected in his eyes, he heaved a sigh of relief. One of the problems Alger was worried about was that the Blue Avenger would suddenly have an anomaly while he was advancing. Although an hour or two wasn't a problem, the world was always filled with surprises. After receiving Mr. the Hanging Man's thanks again, Klein returned to the real world. He washed his hands and dried them before leaving the washroom and heading for the dining hall. When the fragrance of food reached his nose again, he slowly took a deep breath and returned to his seat with a smile. As he bowed, he sat down. At that moment, the banquet had entered the dessert stage. From the looks of it, I spent too long in the washroom. I hope there won't be any rumors of Don Dante's having constipation after today. Klein silently muttered to himself as he smiled at Ma and Willis. When I was young, I ate many strange foods in the southern continent. One of them was called tennet plum. Tasted like light cream, just like the ones on desserts nowadays. He tactfully explained the reason for his late return. It was that he had weakened his stomach when he was young. P.S. During the double period, please have a guaranteed monthly pass. P.S. I recommend a book, Journey to the Masterpiece. When the world's masterpiece is injected into the web literature DNA, can you still escape the invitation of samsara? Chapter 801. Ma M. Willis glanced at Don Dante's face and smiled without minding it at all. Your past, your experiences in Desi Bay and the southern continent, are more interesting than anything I've seen. It makes me wish to have the same experience. Of course, this is based on a true story. Thanks to Anderson Hood, a hunter who always runs around. As Klein cast his gaze at the cream cake, he chuckled and said, "It's because I've only mentioned the interesting parts. Because I've only told you the interesting parts. There are a lot of things I don't want to remember." After a simple comment, he began enjoying his dessert. However, when Ma M. Willis and the other ladies heard this, they suddenly recalled the title of a best-selling book, A Man with a Story. In their eyes, Don Dante's was just like that. He appeared like a calm lake, but in fact there was no bottom to him. There were many surprises hidden within, but there was also a lot of pain buried within. The banquet came to an end at 9:40. A number of gentlemen and ladies headed to the card room to play Texas for 2 hours. The remaining men headed to the activity room and planned on chatting for a while. This didn't exclude ladies from joining, but as there were many smokers and it was inevitable that there would be sexual topics, there weren't any ladies participating. They either went down to the first floor and gathered around the piano, listening to the performers play while singing softly, or they would form groups of 2 or 3 and play chess for fun. Klein chose to head to the activity room on the second floor. A private chat with fewer people helped him be accepted into this circle as soon as possible. After entering the room, he observed the environment and went straight to the window. He opened it and pulled out a high-back chair to sit down. Just as Klein finished this series of actions, he saw the host of the banquet, Portland Moment, holding a pipe and laughing. Men always need some space for themselves. He was a tall elder with a loud voice and a rosy face. He looked to be in his 60s, and his hair was rather thick, but it was all white. His facial features were very typical of an ordinary Ruan, without any special trait. Yes, when ladies are around, they have to consider their image and their feelings. I wanted to kiss it an hour ago. Hazel's father, Member of Parliament, mocked, took out a gorgeous silver metal box, and took out a cigarette. So did the other men who came into the sitting room, pipes or cigarettes appearing in their hands as if by magic. As the flames flickered, wisps of smoke curled up, giving the room a feeling that the smog from yesterday had yet to dissipate. After closing his eyes to enjoy it for a few seconds, Portland Moment turned to look at the guest by the window. "Dwayne, don't you smoke?" Klein clenched his fist, pressed it to his mouth, and coughed lightly. "I haven't fully recovered yet. The doctor told me not to smoke for the time being." Frankly speaking, he was about to choke. Fortunately, he had cleverly chosen a spot by the window. This group of opium smokers. Klein curled his right index finger and rubbed it in front of his nostrils. He really wanted to use his magician's beyonder powers to create invisible air tubes that extended outwards to bring in fresh air and escape the harm of secondhand smoke. However, considering that there might be beyonders hidden among the men present, he rationally gave up on the idea. Portland Moment laughed out loud when he heard that. "I heard from Bishop Electra that your illness wasn't without reason, Dwayne. You lack a wife." This professor was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but his wife believed in the Evernight goddess. Therefore, they settled down on Buckland Street near St. Samuel Cathedral. From time to time, bishops would visit and interact with him. Is he mocking me for thinking of women when I'm sick? I really can't tell that Bishop Electra is a man who likes to spread rumors. It's all Rhodes's fault. Klein lampooned as he shook his head and smiled. I respect marriage very much. If I don't have a suitable goal, I'd rather be single. At this moment, Mr. Willis, a high-ranking employee of Bakeland City Hall, blew out a smoke ring. Actually, I'm very envious of Dwayne's single status. This means that I can pursue any type of lady. He deliberately emphasized any type, making everyone in the activity room let out a suggestive laugh. Has the fact that Don Dantes has a wide range of preferences and that he doesn't reject any type of charming woman spread throughout this street? Klein controlled his right hand and didn't subconsciously rub his temples. He felt that his image of a rich newcomer with depth, temperament, looks, and the way he spoke had undergone a subtle change. He first suspected that it was the blabbermouth Bishop Electra who had spread the news. Following that, he felt that it was his butler, Walter, who had gotten his servants to spread the news. This was because an extremely charming man without any flaws would always be unconsciously ostracized by others of the same sex in their circles. But when he had flaws, it was easy for others to feel close to him when there was something to tease him about. Klein wasn't angered by this teasing that had a tinge of perverseness. He deliberately smiled bitterly in a rather gentlemanly manner. That's why it's so difficult for me to make a choice. I've been single all this time. Ha ha! Portland Moment and the others laughed at the same time. Mocked then said, "What you need is the ability to make decisions. What you need is the ability to make decisions. A good marriage and a good family will help a man a lot." He stopped teasing and seriously exhorted him. From the looks of it, no matter which world I'm in, I can't escape the fate of being urged to get married. Klein nodded slightly as he casually swept his gaze to the window and enjoyed the night view of Portland Moment's garden. At this moment, he saw a figure. Hazel Mocked, who was dressed in a dark green dress, was walking along a small path into the depths of the garden. From time to time, she would stop and look around as though she was searching for something. Wasn't this lady playing the piano just now? Why is she suddenly in the garden? When Klein retracted his gaze, Hazel's back had already been hidden by a cluster of flowers. It wasn't rude for guests to leave the hall and enter the garden when attending a banquet or ball. This was because strolling under the moon with the night breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers was a very stylish thing to do. However, this often meant a rendezvous. Who is Hazel meeting with? No, it doesn't seem like it. Among the people who came today, no one can make her look them in the eye. Although the shock she suffered in the sewers made her appear less arrogant, to the point of occasionally appearing depressed, deep in her heart, she still doesn't think much of ordinary people. Dealing with the negative effects of a mystical item? That doesn't make sense. Finding a lounge or the bathroom would be better than going to the garden. It'll be more concealed. Besides, during her ball, she also went to the third floor and not the garden. Klein eliminated all the impossibilities and had a preliminary guess. From the way Hazel is sensing or searching for something, she seems to have discovered something abnormal and is planning on observing and dealing with it up close. This also means that there's a supernatural situation at Professor Portland Moment's home. If that's true, this professor or someone in his family isn't simple. The bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral often come to visit, but they didn't discover anything. A marauder's sensing and observation abilities are definitely unique in certain aspects. Klein didn't have any thoughts of interfering in matters outside. This was because a problem that Hazel could sense wasn't too dangerous. Furthermore, this place was very close to St. Samuel Cathedral. If there were any secrets, no one would want to blow it up. They would be very restrained. At this moment, Mocked, who was in the activity room, extricated himself from the effects of the vulgar joke and looked at Portland Moment. He looked at Portland Moment and said, I heard that you're leaving Bakelin University? Professor Portland Moment sucked on his pipe and said, That's right. The Higher Education Commission wishes for me to be the Chancellor of the newly established Bakelin University of Technology. Hehe, although most of my wealth comes from those alloys, I'm best at mechanical engineering. They promised to build a better laboratory there, and give me more funding. At my age, having more autonomy and better helpers is indeed more important. Mr. Willis echoed with a smile. And with Bakelin University having an additional vacancy as a full professor, those senior associate professors who have been waiting for decades finally have a chance. In Rouen higher education system, a full professor wasn't just a professional title, but also a position. It was equivalent to a department dean, so there could only be one. Bakelin University of Technology. Klein listened with a smile. He didn't casually speak on topics he didn't understand. In the garden, Hazel came to a dark and uninhabited corner. She had just discovered that the ants and other creatures on the ground were gathering abnormally. Her spiritual perception also felt that there was something hidden here. This was a talent that came from her sequence. She had never made a mistake before. She could directly choose the valuable item hidden in the sealed boxes without any additional help. Of course, she couldn't tell what it was exactly. All she knew was that compared to the others, it was definitely more valuable. Just like Mr. Don Dante's. He definitely has something very valuable on him. The corners of Hazel's mouth curled up as she cast her attention at the soil in front of her that looked a little soft. She sensed that quite a lot of spirituality was gathering beneath it, creating a suction force that attracted insects and spirits. It's not a human body, but some used spirituality materials. They should have been thrown away separately, but they ended up being buried together, resulting in unnecessary changes. Hazel's eyes darkened a little as she deciphered the situation beneath the soil from the spirituality's characteristics and changes that weren't concealed. She lifted her chin slightly and looked back at the building, believing that there was at least one supernatural being in Portland Moment's house. And if she didn't deal with the problem in the corner of the garden, this place and the nearby houses would be haunted in a few days. Hazel retracted her gaze, extended her left hand, and aimed at the soil in front of her. She gently clenched her fist and twisted her wrist. The spirituality that had gathered there suddenly vanished, as though it had been stolen by someone. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. P.S. Regarding the physical book, the publisher has communicated with me. They are aware of everyone's opinions. They will be changing the editor in charge later, starting from the third volume. As the second volume needs to be handed over, all the changes that need to be made will be marked in red on the electronic version for me to review and confirm. Chapter 802. 100 Buckland Street, Portland Moment's house, garden corner. Many of the ants and bugs that had gathered here began to disperse, and the gloomy and cold feeling grew weaker and weaker. The person with supernatural powers here likely doesn't have much experience. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Hazel nodded indiscernibly. She then turned around agilely and strolled along the small path in the garden. She was not in a hurry to return to the house. Instead, she enjoyed the crimson moonlight, the cool air, and the faint fragrance of flowers. Some time later, Hazel gave up on her stroll and left the garden to enter the hall on the first floor. At this moment, apart from the guests who were having fun in Texas, many gentlemen and ladies had already bade farewell. Just as Hazel found her mother, Ma'am Rihanna, she saw her father, Member of Parliament Mocked, and a few gentlemen. They were chatting as they walked down from the second floor, looking very happy. Are you ready to go home? You have to visit a very important guest tomorrow morning. Rihanna gestured for her daughter to come closer as she walked toward her husband with a smile. Mocked nodded. If it weren't for this, I think I'd try another Portland cigar. Rihanna swept her gaze across Willis, Dwayne Dantes, and company as she casually asked, What are you guys talking about? This topic seems very interesting. Mock turned his body to the side and smiled. Dawn said he encountered ghosts when he was in the southern continent. He and his companions suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. They wanted to open their eyes, but they couldn't. Their bodies felt heavy, as if someone was pressing down on them. They used a lot of strength to finally extricate themselves from this state. When they left the bed, they realized that the room was extremely cold. You might not know this, but the weather in East and West Balam is very hot most of the time. Then, Dwayne and his companions each held a double-barreled shotgun and stood guard for the entire night. When the sun rose, they hurriedly left the town. After hearing that, Ma Amriana looked at Dwayne Dantes's face with piqued interest. Is this true? Do ghosts really exist? Klein smiled and shook his head. I can't be sure. Maybe my companion and I just went through an adventure. Our mental state isn't stable enough, and our physical condition isn't good either. That's why we have all kinds of problems. The story he told actually originated from one of Anderson's experiences. When this Fog Sea's strongest hunter was exploring a divine temple in a primitive forest, he successfully encountered a spirit and staged a large-scale night run. Ghost. Hazel tilted her head and looked in the direction of the garden. The corners of her lips curled up slightly before she quickly retracted it. She didn't say anything. She quietly listened as her parents bid farewell to the people around them and returned home with them. Late at night, Hazel, who had changed into a nightgown, walked to the balcony and stood behind a gap in the curtains. She looked at the sewer entrance on Buckland Street. As she watched, her face gradually turned pale, as if she was recalling that painful and terrifying experience. She forced herself to look away, took 2 deep breaths, then turned around and walked to the bed. During this process, she gently bit her lower lip and silently muttered to herself, "That should be a vengeful spirit. It must be, I need a charm or item from the Sun domain." While Hazel was looking at the sewer entrance, Klein was also sizing it up. It's been so many days. I wonder how Demoness Trissy has recovered. Has she left? Thankfully, Hazel was frightened by me. She hasn't dared to approach the sewer entrance recently. Klein swept his gaze across the iron-black street lamps as he nodded slightly. He then opened the iron cigar case and made his wraith marionette appear in the full-body mirror. He had already decided to send Senor to check the sewers to confirm Trissy's condition. This was to prevent the Demoness from causing any trouble. Furthermore, the sewers were too close to Dawn Dantes's identity. Klein didn't wish for Trissy to stay nearby for long periods of time. He only wished for her to recover quickly so that she could take action and leave Buckland Street. Admiral of Blood Senor will appear once in a while. It matches the character setting I previously made. It's that he doesn't live in the vicinity. As the sewers here hide a secret, he often floats over to search for it. As Klein thought, he made the old triangular hat marionette use the mirror to jump to the surface of the street lamp. Then, he passed through the manhole cover in his wraith form and quickly approached the hidden fork where Trissy was hiding. Before he reached the end, Senor, who had night vision, saw that there was no one there. She has already recovered and left? In thought, Klein made his marionette continue forward and stop at the spot where Trissy had been sitting. He discovered that the area had been cleaned up. Not only was the ground no longer muddy and wet, even the moss on the walls and corners was gone. There aren't any scraps of food either. Did that fellow become a germaphobe after becoming a woman? No, he might have been one to begin with. With Wraith Senor's vision, Klein observed his surroundings and determined that Trissy had either not left or had left less than a day ago. Otherwise, it was impossible for the area to be so clean. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the sound of light footsteps entered the Wraith's ears. Under his control, Senor turned around and walked outside. As expected, he saw Trissy in a dark black dress. This Demoness black hair cascaded down softly, unlike other girls her age who had all sorts of hairstyles. It was simple and plain. Together with her face that had recovered its rosy color but remained fair, At that moment, Trissy was like a dreamy flower that silently bloomed in the night. As expected of a demoness. Thankfully, I'm separated by a marionette. Otherwise, I would have lost my composure looking at her. Heh, the dead won't be tempted. No matter how charming a demoness is, there's no way she can turn the dead into zombies and crawl out of their graves. Klein lampooned as he looked at Trissy, who appeared confused but was actually secretly on guard as she released invisible threads. Where did you go? Trissy pricked up her eyebrows. Don't tell me you like to take care of your personal hygiene in the place where you sleep? I thought demonesses don't need to go to the bathroom. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark, making Senor chuckle. You mean peeing and defecating? He had deliberately made his marionette say that so as to match Admiral of Blood's image as a boorish pirate. Trissy frowned inconspicuously and said, That's right. Is there something else? Wraith Senor didn't continue the topic as he changed the topic. You seem to be recovering well. Trissy smiled faintly. Not bad. I will leave here tomorrow. She paused for a moment and narrowed her slightly slender eyes. To be frank, there are times when I wonder if you're really Admiral of Blood. Of course it's true. You should be asking if I'm alive or dead. Klein made Senor speak with piqued interest. Why do you say that? Trissy's gaze swept across the Wraith's face. It said that Admiral of Blood is a person who indulges in his desires. He has no resistance towards beautiful women or men. And when you face me, I don't see any sparks of desire. I thought that the real Admiral of Blood would add a clause that would force me when we came to a cooperation agreement. Klein deliberated for 2 seconds before making Senor give a self-deprecating laugh. I'm afraid of indulging in pleasure and being controlled by you. Trissy's expression immediately changed. This was indeed one of the reasons why she had taken the initiative to raise the topic. To demonesses who controlled pleasure, beyonders who were accustomed to indulging in their desires were natural prey. Klein took the initiative to skip the topic and made his marionette speak. You're going to seek out a target tomorrow? Clearly, the captain of the Royal Guards definitely knows you and knows what you look like. After all, they arranged for you to be by Prince Edisac's side. Klein silently added. Trissy lowered her head, looked at her toes, and chuckled. Don't worry. I have a perfect plan. As she spoke, she turned her body and casually pointed deep into the sewers. From here, at the end of the 6th left fork, there's a secret passageway. There are also signs of long-term human activity. I discovered it while wandering around for the past few days. I believe this has something to do with that girl from last time. Is that also the reason you came here? Secret passageway? Klein didn't confirm or deny it. He made Senor laugh. Did you discover anything? Trissy shook her head. Nothing at all. Perhaps only someone with a specific pathway or a specific item can find clues. A marauder's intuition, or the item on Hazel. Klein didn't let Senor continue the topic. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. Since you've recovered, I can be at ease. Just as he said that, he suddenly vanished. Trissy focused her eyes, but to no avail. Only when the invisible threads she had sent out were blown by a breeze did she retract her gaze, confirming that Admiral of Blood had truly left. At that moment, Klein had already controlled the Wraith to return to the sewer's entrance. He didn't attempt to explore the place Trissy had mentioned. There were 3 main reasons for his choice. First, it was beyond 100 meters. Second, he suspected that he wouldn't discover anything. After all, he wasn't from the Marauder pathway, nor did he have the corresponding items. Third, Trissy was still around. On Thursday morning, Furs, who had woken up naturally, washed up. She chewed on a piece of toast and opened the door to take out a pile of items from the mailbox. As she walked to the coffee table, she casually flipped through the items in her hands and found a reply she had been looking forward to for days. Throwing down the newspapers, bills, and other letters, Furs tore open the letter in her hand. Teacher has already reached Bakeland? Furs quickly scanned through it and muttered in surprise. At the same time, she saw the toast in her mouth fall to the ground. P.S. Requesting monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 803. Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. The receptionist at the front desk was just about to take a sip of water when she saw a lady walk in. The lady was about 1.65 meters tall and wore a long, light-colored dress with frilly edges. Her brown hair was slightly curled down, and she wore a pair of tinted glasses on her nose bridge. She gave off a casual vibe that she had just returned from Desi Bay. She held a dark brown leather suitcase in her hand as she walked to the front desk at an unhurried pace. A lady with an outstanding bearing. She's dressed up pretty well. I really want to see her without her tinted glasses. As a female, the receptionist habitually sized up the lady's clothes and accessories. She then heard the lady say with a languid voice, "One night, single room. One night, a single room. 2 soldi and 8 pence. The receptionist first reported the room rate for the day before asking, "Do you have any identification documents?" She wasn't too keen on the process of registering one's identity, because the inn itself had no way of verifying the authenticity of the identification documents. Yes. The lady put down the dark brown suitcase, took out a stack of identification documents from her handbag, and handed it to the receptionist. "Margaret Taylor," the receptionist muttered as she registered. Then, she found a bunch of keys and said, "Room 2012. Thank you." The fashionably dressed lady took the keys, picked up the dark brown suitcase, and headed for the staircase. At this moment, an attendant in a red vest came over and bowed. "Is there anything I can help you with?" His gaze then landed on the dark brown suitcase she was carrying. The lady's lips curled into a smile as she shook her head. "There's no need. It's very light." After saying that, she didn't stop. She walked up the stairs and entered room 2012. After closing the door and putting down the suitcase, she suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it to her chest. She let out a long sigh of relief. "Why do I feel like a perverted murderer?" She was none other than the disguised Furs. There was nothing in her suitcase, except for Mr. X's head that was wrapped in newspapers. The 2 waiters would never have thought that a fashionable woman would carry a suitcase with no clothes, no skincare products, no cosmetics, and only a dead person's head that was almost broken into pieces and covered in blood. If they were discovered, the entire hotel would be shocked. This was the material for a detective. Furs calmed herself down, picked up her suitcase again, and opened the door. She observed the corridor and saw that no one was coming or going. She hurriedly walked to room 2016 and knocked on the wooden door. Her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, lived in the room she had used last time. When Furs noticed that someone was looking at her through the peephole, she heard the knob being twisted and the sound of the lock turning. Dorian Gray wore a black suit and had broad shoulders. He glanced around warily and made way for the students to enter. Then, he closed the door and asked cautiously, "No one noticed me, right?" Furs put down her suitcase and took off the tinted glasses that covered half her face. "No, I used a fake identity. As a beyonder who lived in Bakeland and had plenty of experience at the bottom of society, a few sets of fake identity documents were essential. Furthermore, she had the help of Zio, an expert in this field. The only problem was that a fake was ultimately a fake. It couldn't withstand the police department's inspection. However, Furs heard that there were some channels that could obtain real identity documents. In other words, it was an identity document that was filed and registered with the police department. Furthermore, it could be replaced with a photo. Of course, the price would definitely be a lot more expensive. Dorian nodded slightly and silently exhaled. As she got Furs to sit down, she pulled a chair over. "In your letter, you said that at a beyonder gathering in Bakeland, someone offered a reward for finding a direct descendant of the House of Abraham, and the goal was to obtain information on Mr. Dorr?" "Yes, teacher." Furs spoke the unquestionable truth. "I don't know much about that family, so I wanted to ask you to see if you know anything." She only hid 2 points. First, the name of the Beyonder gathering was Tarot. Second, she had long known that her teacher was a member of the House of Abraham. Dorian sat down, picked up the white porcelain teacup, and took a sip. His expression was calm as he asked, with a calm expression, she asked, "Who's the person who offered the bounty?" "I don't know. I'm only sure that it's a lady." She hid her looks. She should be very strong, and the faction backing her isn't weak either. Furs described the Ma-am hermit in her mind. What she didn't say was that the other party had a close relationship with Queen Mystic Bernadette. Dorian Gray pondered for a few seconds and said, "I don't know much either. I only know that Mr. Dorr is likely an ancestor of the House of Abraham. He went missing during the War of the Four Emperors. You can use this information to exchange for some bounty." "Mr. Dorr is an ancestor of the House of Abraham?" "Mr. Dorr, who caused the House of Abraham to suffer the curse of the full moon and has lost control of countless members over the years, is actually the ancestor of the House of Abraham?" Furs was shocked when she heard that. Having learned a little about the problems with the House of Abraham from Mr. Fool, she couldn't believe that all of this was caused by the source of the bloodline. Doesn't Mr. Dorr know the consequences of his actions? Furs muttered to herself as she frowned unconsciously. Dorian Gray noticed the student's abnormal reaction and asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" "Oh no, I didn't manage to hide my expression just now." Furs deliberated for a moment. "I just don't understand. After more than 1,000 years, apart from the direct descendants of the House of Abraham, who else would want to obtain information on Mr. Dorr? What motives would they have? Perhaps they want to find Mr. Dorr? All right, Queen Mystic is Roselle the Great's daughter, and Mr. Dorr appeared in Roselle the Great's diary. Therefore, it's very normal for this queen to want to find Mr. Dorr and seek the truth of the past. However, Mr. Dorr disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors. It was more than 1,000 years apart from Roselle the Great's period, so how could it be connected? Could it be that Roselle the Great can also hear the ravings of the full moon? I remember that Mr. Fool once teased Mr. Dorr, saying that he might be calling for help. If that's true, it's really... As an author, Furs was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. Dorian revealed a bitter smile. "Clearly, I'm also puzzled by this question. If you can find the answer, remember to tell me." Furs didn't harp on this matter, afraid that Dorian Gray would discover something suspicious. Instead, she asked, "Teacher, why did you suddenly come to Bakeland?" Dorian smiled and took out a cigarette. She brought it to her nose and took a whiff, but she didn't light it. "I happen to have some matters that I need to attend to in Bakeland. I can also check on your digestion progress." In fact, he was alarmed by the news that Furs had relayed in her letter. He couldn't believe that there would still be people in this world who would ask about Mr. Dorr. After all, the House of Abraham had basically given up on such attempts. Only he was still persisting and taking the initiative to teach his student. And this also made him recall a prophecy that had been passed down within his family. It was said that the House of Abraham would be getting closer and closer to destruction. He linked the two matters together and rushed to Bakeland to confirm his student's situation. He hoped that she could advance as soon as possible to maintain a glimmer of hope for the House of Abraham. "I just grasped the various knowledge of astrology," Furs replied guiltily. As she had been short of money some time ago, she had yet to buy the high-level crystal ball required by the astrologer. In order to not continue this topic, Furs turned to Dorian Gray to ask about the rules of acting as an astrologer. She received some tips, such as, astrology isn't omnipotent. Towards the end, Furs looked at the dark brown suitcase beside her. "Teacher, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Dorian leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her black tea. Furs spoke according to the script she had prepared beforehand. "After I found out that Louis Wayne had betrayed the organization and caused great harm to you, I've always wanted to find him and avenge you." "Give up on this idea." Dorian sat up straight. Even if you have Lamino's travels, there's no way you can beat him, much less kill him. I'm very pleased with your intentions, but you don't have to take the risk. I definitely won't be able to do it alone. Furs muttered silently. She directly said, I know a very powerful bounty hunter. I previously spent about £10,000 to get his help. She had no way of estimating how much she had paid, so she had used the price Miss Audrey had offered to assassinate the ambassador of Intis. That might be a cheat. Louis Wayne is likely a traveler, and he has the backing of the Aurora Order. Dorian was just about to point out that no bounty hunter was Louis Wayne's match when she heard her student say, He's already succeeded. He has already succeeded. Cough, cough, cough. Dorian choked on his saliva as he coughed so hard that he felt like his lungs were being torn apart. The teacup in his hand dropped to the ground, but he bounced up like a magician and sat firmly on the coffee table. He gave me Louis Vine's head, the woman said. Furs picked up the dark brown suitcase, opened it, and took out a spherical object wrapped in newspapers. As the newspaper unfolded bit by bit, Dorian saw a face she would never forget. Compared to when he attacked the House of Abraham's headquarters, the smug smile on Louis Wayne's face had vanished. His head was covered in cracks as though it was pieced together from pieces. He looked ferocious in pain and in despair. As an astrologer, Dorian Gray's spiritual intuition told her without a doubt that this was Louis Wayne's head. Good, very good. Dorian muttered in excitement as she looked up at her student. Who's that bounty hunter? I can't imagine that there's such a powerful expert hidden among the bounty hunters in Bakeland. Furs deliberated for a moment. German Sparrow. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 804. German Sparrow. The blood vessels on Dorian's forehead throbbed when she heard that. She couldn't help but clench her fists as her body tensed up for some baffling reason. Being in Pritz Harbor, be it actively or passively, he knew more about the various rumors at sea than the citizens of Bakeland who relied on the newspapers to learn about them. Over the past few months, he had been hearing about German Sparrow from different channels. From the moment he killed Steele Mavady to severely injuring Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and successfully hunting Admiral of Blood Seigneur, all these stories were tinged with madness. He left the sea and came to Bakeland? Furthermore, he didn't change his craziness. Dorian hid the fear and wariness that subconsciously rose in his heart. He looked at his student and said in a deep voice, Try not to contact this bounty hunter in the future. He will cause trouble one day, and it won't be long. Teacher is indeed experienced and has sharp eyes. She instantly saw through Mr. World's true nature. Unfortunately, I'm already a member of the Tarot. There's no way I can not contact him. Furs adjusted her state of mind and nodded sincerely. Yes, teacher. Dorian calmed her emotions and took a deep look at her former student and current enemy, Louis Vine. However, this traveler could no longer speak. He didn't even have a shred of spirituality left in him. After a few seconds of silence, Dorian leaned back and looked at Furs. Did you just say that you paid £10,000 as a bounty? He wasn't aware of Furs's financial situation. All he knew was that this student was a best-selling author and likely earned quite a bit of remuneration. Furthermore, the few Beyonder circles she usually mingled with seemed pretty good. There were always transactions with high remuneration, so it wasn't too shocking or unacceptable for her to save up £10,000. Furs shifted her body guiltily. Too much of a premium? She deliberately used this rhetorical question to hide the fact that she had falsely reported the price, so as to appear inexperienced in such matters. Dorian shook her head. No, it's too cheap. It's so cheap that I can't help but suspect that the German Sparrow has other motives. As a member of the battered House of Abraham, he was always on high alert. To use the professional terminology of various clubs and gatherings, this is called a membership price. Furs lampooned inwardly and frankly said, There are other agreements, including all the items on Louis Wayne will belong to him, and I will provide him with some effective help. I also promised that if he needs cash in the future, I will compensate him with around £3,000. That's barely reasonable. Dorian nodded slightly. Normally, the price of assassinating Louis Wayne, who has the support of the Aurora Order, is at least £30,000. If there are other circumstances, the price will increase. Back then, Mr. World had used the demigod-level powers from Lamino's travels. This is likely an additional situation. An Aurora Order saint? Furs, who had been nurtured in the tarot, was no stranger to the structure of the Aurora Order. She didn't hide her frown and said, "From the looks of it, it's indeed a little abnormal. Perhaps he's in urgent need of money?" Dorian thought for a moment. Perhaps he's just more concerned about Louis Wayne's Beyonder characteristic. To Beyonders of other pathways, this can be used to create rather useful mystical items. As long as he finds a suitable artisan, Dorian paused for 2 seconds and added, "There's no need to pay too much attention to it. Just stay away from him in the future. Perhaps he has long had his eyes on Louis Wayne, and he's using the information you provide to take action. This way, he can even earn some extra income." Dorian didn't continue the topic as she took out a fist-sized crystal ball of purified water from her pocket. "It's made of star crystal. It can effectively enhance your astrology." Amidst the light outside the window, the crystal ball produced resplendent waves. Without waiting for Furs to reject it, Dorian chuckled and said, "Louis Wayne is my enemy. The remuneration for getting rid of him should be paid by me. I don't have that much cash at the moment, so I can only use some items to make up for it." "No, there's no need." Furs shook her head in a half-hearted manner. The truth was that when she planned to get rid of Louis Wayne, it was purely to avenge her teacher. She didn't consider the subsequent rewards, but against her will, she couldn't reject it. Dorian's expression turned serious. "Are you trying to make me feel guilty and uneasy? Don't worry. I'm still quite rich." Furs took the opportunity to nod. "All right." Dorian revealed a smile again. "Also, I've brought you the potion formula for Scribe. You can gather the corresponding ingredients while digesting the astrologer potion. I'll give you one of the main ingredients, Asmon's brain. The rest is up to you." Asmon was a monster that only existed in ancient legends. It resembled an unprotected human brain, enough to fill a room. Not only could it create terrifying illusions, but it could also cause its attackers to die from its own attack. As she spoke, Dorian took out a yellowish-brown parchment and handed it to Furs. Furs took it gratefully and quickly scanned through the main materials. A complete brain of Asmon, a cursed object of an ancient vengeful spirit. "I hope I can gather the remaining ingredients before I finish digesting the astrologer potion." Just as Furs rolled up the goatskin, she saw her teacher, Dorian, take out a pure gold box from his suitcase. After removing the wall of spirituality, Dorian opened the lid and said, "Without the gold isolation, Asmon's brain will continuously affect you, causing you to hallucinate until you lose your mind." Inside the square box was a cluster of pale, wrinkled, and semi-transparent objects. They were only 1/5 the size of Louis Wayne's head. As expected of a family with a long history. Furs thanked her sincerely once again and took the pure gold box. She skillfully closed the lid and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. Dorian didn't stop. Instead, she found an excuse to get Furs to leave while she set up a ritual to summon the void creature, Malmax, who liked music. She then took out 2 stacks of documents from his spherical body. The 3 items from before were prepared for Furs after he received news of Mr. Dorr. Therefore, he had placed them by his side ahead of time. These are 2 properties in Bakeland. One is in Hilston Borough, and the other is in Sherwood Borough. They're in pretty good locations. The total price should be £6,500. "You can sell as much as you want," Dorian said with a smile. Although the house of Abraham had fallen, as an angel family with a long history, it still had a lot of inventory, including land, forest, real estate, manors, and mines. However, Dorian only controlled a part of it, and the rest belonged to various small families. The house I'm renting now costs £2,500 on the market. The area is okay, but the location is average. The things that the teacher gave me today really add up to £10,000. Furs couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine looked at the mandated Punisher deacon opposite him. Any results? The newly appointed Archbishop of Bakeland was a middle-aged man with an astonishing aura. His hair was dark blue and thick, and his earlobes were rather large. His eyes seemed to contain lightning and storms at all times. The mandated Punisher deacon standing in front of his desk was a thin middle-aged man. He wore a modified captain's hat, and there was nothing special about his appearance. There was only a greenish-black tattoo in the shape of an anchor around his neck. The gentleman replied respectfully, "Your Excellency, we've already captured a few people who participated in the gathering. But they don't know who the others are, much less the identity of the person who assassinated Mr. X. According to their description, the assailant is about 1.6 meters tall, and there's a high chance that it's a female. We can't eliminate the possibility of it being a short man." Randall held back his anger. "What do you plan on doing next? As we are temporarily unable to know who Mr. X invited to the gathering, and females about 1.6 meters tall are rather common, our plan is to relax our vigilance on the surface and only keep an eye on a few suspicious targets. We will then turn the captured people into informants. Without us pressuring them, the lunatics from the Aurora Order will definitely take the initiative to seek out the murderer and avenge Mr. X. They should have a general area of investigation. This way, not only will we be able to find the assassin, but we will also be able to find clues to the Aurora Order," the thin middle-aged man explained in detail. Randall nodded in thought. "Roy, remember to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact when you take action. The situation at the scene indicates that the Aurora Order has at least one saint in Bakeland, and the assassin's strength is stronger than an ordinary Sequence 5. He also has a demigod backing him." "Yes, Your Grace." Roy Wellington clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. "Dwayne, you always exceed my expectations. It hasn't been long, but you've already completed the study of the Book of Wisdom of the Revelation of Evernight." Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Bishop Electra closed the Holy Bible in his hand and smiled at the pious tycoon with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Klein smiled. "This is what a believer should do. Next up is the study of the saints' letters?" "Yes, which saint do you plan on starting with?" Bishop Electra asked. Klein looked around and chuckled. "Saint Samuel it shall be." Bishop Electra wasn't surprised as he introduced seriously. Saint Samuel was the Archbishop of the Church in Bakeland during the Fourth Githran-Sostal Empire. He made outstanding contributions to the spread of the goddess's faith. He entered the divine kingdom before his death and became an angel. As he spoke, he flipped to the corresponding saint's letter. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was a deep malice and evil intent spreading upstairs. Then, a cold and deep feeling extended from the ground, calming everything, and the church returned to its previous tranquility. Bishop Electra snapped out of his daze and said to Don Dantes, who hadn't noticed anything, "Sorry, I just thought of something else. P.S. Looking for monthly votes during the double period. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors." Chapter 805. "It's nothing," Klein said with a warm smile. He didn't seem to notice anything, but his mind raced as he considered what the instantaneous change meant. Previously, the keepers would head upstairs along the nearby staircase, so I can roughly determine that they live there. It matches the spot where the change happened. The keepers aren't in the right state, so the chances of them losing control are higher than ordinary beyonders. Why would they suddenly display malice and evil thoughts? And this is forcefully suppressed or calmed down by the seal core behind Cheney's gate deep underground. If that's the case, there are two possibilities. First, the seal core behind Cheney's gate can sense all the abnormal changes happening in St. Samuel Cathedral, and from there, it can react instinctively. Second, the keepers are constantly being corroded by the seal core's powers over the years. To a certain extent, they have become a part of it, or they bear the corresponding uniqueness. Once there's an anomaly, it will immediately result in the interference of the main body. If it's the former, it means that when I knock out the keeper to replace him, it'll be easily detected by the seal core behind Cheney's gate. It'll cause a change like before, causing the matter to fail right at the beginning. If it's the latter, my disguise as a keeper will definitely be ostracized when I enter Cheney's gate. I have to figure out the root of the problem before I can think of a targeted solution. It's really difficult to steal sealed artifacts from the various churches. It's no wonder almost no one is willing to do it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein listened attentively to Bishop Electra's recount of St. Samuel's experiences and the letter he left behind. Only when it was about time did he politely bid farewell. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, just as he handed his hat and cane to Richardson, he saw his butler come over. "Sir, do you plan on holding a ball or a banquet next weekend and invite the neighbors?" Walter didn't use a suggestion tone as though he was simply asking. However, Klein knew very well that since the butler had raised the matter, it indicated that it was time to do it. He nodded slightly. "Saturday night. A ball. I'll have to trouble you and Tanaja to make some preparations ahead of time. Do we have enough money at home?" When he said the last sentence, Klein turned to look at the housekeeper. Tanaja nodded solemnly. "It's enough. The variety of alcoholic beverages in your wine cellar is enough for several banquets." Back when they moved to 160 Buckland Street, Klein had given her £1,000 for household expenses. From the looks of it, even if she wanted to replenish herself with fine wine, tea leaves, and coffee beans, it was impossible for her to finish it in a month. "The gold pound is still very strong." Klein nodded and smiled. "Don't open a wine that's too expensive the first time. Rouen habit is to be reserved." "Yes, sir." Although Walter knew how to organize a ball, he still listened to his employer's instructions very seriously. He paused for a moment, then said, "You only need to do two things. The first is to draft a guest list with our help. Think of a greeting for each person that suits their identity and experience. The second is to order a formal dress for the ball." "How troublesome! When I greet Hazel, can I tell her that the sewers here are cleaner than the ones in the southern continent?" As Klein lamented and cursed inwardly, he nodded slightly. "No problem." In the dead of the night, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. The smog in Bakeland, which had thinned significantly, presented a tranquil beauty. In Don Dantes' master bedroom, Klein set up a ritual and summoned himself. He wanted to enter the sewers that night to confirm if Trissy had left. Then, he would head for the fork she had described and explore the so-called hidden passageway to see if he could discover anything. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining any additional rewards. He was only worried that the secret hidden in the sewers was a latent danger that would one day explode. This would easily implicate Don Dantes, who lived nearby, and it would ruin his plans to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. "I can't be an ostrich when it comes to such matters, burying my head in the sand and pretending that I didn't see anything. I have to discover the problem as soon as possible before it completely explodes. I have to destroy what needs to be destroyed and report what needs to be reported. That's the most effective method. Of course, I have to be careful. I can't let my explorations become the fuse." Klein's spirit body emerged from the candle flame. With the enhancement of Aztec's copper whistle, he possessed Don Dantes' body and controlled him to walk to the edge of the wall of spirituality before sitting on a reclining chair. From an outsider's point of view, this was equivalent to a tycoon falling asleep while reading the newspaper and forgetting to go to bed. Having a summoned soul possess my body is indeed different from directly returning to my body. There's a clear sense of estrangement. Klein compared the experience and floated back to his desk. He tidied up most of the items on the altar, leaving only the candle that maintained the summoning to burn silently. After doing all of this, Klein wore creeping hunger, fused with Aztec's copper whistle, death knell, and Senor gold coin, and flew out of the master bedroom. He left 160 Bucklund Street in midair and entered the sewers. Just as Klein found himself in the damp and dirty environment, he immediately released Wraith Senor and controlled the marionette to open up a distance from him. He then turned into the hidden fork where Trissy had previously recuperated. This time, he saw that the area that didn't look like a sewer was stained with dirt and rats. From the looks of it, Trissy has really left. Klein, who was following far behind, silently heaved a sigh of relief. As a spirit body, he didn't need to breathe, nor did he need to walk on the ground. Therefore, he didn't mind how terrible the sewer's environment was. Wraith Senor walked out of the area and continued forward. He found the sixth fork that led to the left, and Klein maintained a distance of more than 50 meters from him, fully playing the role of the mastermind behind the scenes. At the end of the fork was a moss-covered wall with obvious corrosion. At a glance, there was nothing abnormal. If Trissy hadn't mentioned it, Klein wouldn't have gotten his marionette to search every inch of the area in detail. A few minutes later, Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat, suddenly straightened his body and took a step forward, walking into the wall. After passing through the relatively thick obstacle, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. With his marionette's vision, he saw a half-natural, half-artificial cave. It was less than 8 meters tall and 3 meters wide. There were shovels and other tools wrapped in tarpaulin on the ground. There was a large amount of soil and gravel, and in front of him were 2 secret passageways that extended diagonally downwards. The one on the left was 5 to 6 meters deep, while the one on the right was nearly 10 meters deep. However, there wasn't anything there, as though it was still being excavated. Was this Hazel's doing? In the day, she's a proud lady of high society, but at night, she's a sewer excavator. Furthermore, she has to move buckets of soil and gravel? Her wandering is to find the exact spot, and the excavation is the subsequent step? There should be a secret door in that wall. Klein leaned against a hidden spot outside the fork as he controlled Senor to carefully survey the area. Following that, he made the Wraith enter the secret passageway on the left and walked all the way to the end of the impenetrable mud and gravel. Senor's figure gradually faded as he no longer had any corporeal presence. In this form, he traversed the mud ahead and explored deeper. However, he didn't discover anything noteworthy even when he was close to 100 meters away. All he saw were some ordinary insects. Klein then made his marionette change directions and swim in the sea of mud, but he still didn't find anything. Wraith Senor quickly returned to the cave from before and entered the secret passageway on the right without being affected by any obstacles. There's still nothing abnormal. It's not unreasonable for Trissy to determine that one needs a specific pathway or item. She must have used the invisible threads of a demoness of pleasure to explore. Unfortunately, I've already lost Tinder. I wonder if the gray fog aura on me will work. It seems to attract beyonders of the Marauder pathway. Klein silently muttered to himself. He wished to take advantage of his spirit-body state to personally explore the 2 secret passageways that Hazel had dug up. However, he resisted this urge because he was now a marionettist. Unless absolutely necessary, it was against the rules of acting to use his true body. It's fine even if I don't rely on the gray fog aura. When I'm on the tarot tomorrow afternoon, I'll just buy a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. It doesn't need to be too expensive. Just one that corresponds to a sequence 9 or 8 will do. Lanivis's badge is only a signal receiver. It doesn't belong to this pathway. Without understanding what's hidden deep in the passageway, rashly using my spirit body to explore might attract some high-sequence beyonder monsters. Being careful and cautious is always a self-requirement. Klein slowly sighed as he unsummoned Senor. He wasn't worried that Hazel would continue coming over in the near future. Before finding a way to deal with the situation from the previous time, any normal human wouldn't continue coming. Ignoring the fact that Hazel hasn't come into contact with beyonder circles, even if she did, it wouldn't be a simple matter to obtain an item from the Sun domain. After all, Bakeland is the territory of the Church of the Storm. I do have something I don't use often. Heh. Should I find an opportunity to sell it to her and use it to harm my marionette? Klein teased himself and shook his head with a smile. He then ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog, disappearing into the sewers. On Monday morning, the bright sunlight penetrated the thin clouds, illuminating every corner of Bakeland. Emlyn White pulled down his silk top hat. As he left the carriage and walked towards the Harvest Church, he mumbled with his eyes half closed, "That's right. The weather sure sucks. Bakeland's worst season is about to arrive." Just as he was about to step onto the steps, he suddenly saw a paperboy approach him and hand him a copy of the Tussock Times. "Sir, this morning's newspaper." Emlyn was about to reject it, but he realized that there was a small slip of paper in the paper. Without batting an eyelid, Emlyn took out a penny and handed it to him before receiving the Tussock Times and the slip of paper. Before entering the Harvest Church, he quickly unfolded the latter and browsed through it. "There are clues to the person you are looking for. Please come to the Brave. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period." Chapter 806. Because I was under general anesthesia and woke up very early, I'm still a little dizzy now. It's really not suitable for me to write. I'll take a day off and resume at noon tomorrow. Everyone, don't forget to vote for recommendations and monthly votes on Monday. Lord of the Mysteries has just finished gastroscopy and has taken a day off. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 807. 9:30 a.m., Bakeland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, the Brave. After Emlyn White got off the carriage, he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He looked ahead in a daze, almost forgetting to avoid the sunlight. At this moment, the main door of the bar was firmly shut, with no signs of opening. As a sanguine who didn't have much activity and had only entered bars a few times at night, Emlyn never expected that the bar wouldn't be open in the morning. The moment he finished reading the note, he turned around and left the Harvest Church in excitement. He took public transportation and rushed over, hoping to obtain the information as soon as possible. In order to save time, he even endured the cramped environment and unpleasant smell of the steam subway. At that moment, Emlyn was a little infuriated, but he knew that he was in the wrong. All he could do was walk around Iron Gate Street with a straight face, indicating that he hadn't come for nothing. Just as he was about to approach a rental carriage parked on the street, he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. The other party was wearing a brown round hat, an old coat and a worn-out satchel. It was the black market arms and intelligence merchant, Ian. My intuition is quite accurate. I knew he would appear so early. Emlyn's anger turned to delight as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked over. He stood in front of Ian and chuckled. "Good morning." Ian raised his head to glance at the handsome man in front of him and replied with some surprise, "That's right. Good morning, Mr. White. You should be here in the evening. Now seems to be a good time." Emlyn smiled in a good mood. "Ian, why do you always wear the same clothes and look the same every time I see you?" Ian didn't seem to mind at all. "This makes me look more mature and low-key. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have money." His last remark was added in a playful tone. "I'm looking forward to you wearing this in the summer." Emlyn scoffed. "Then I'll take off my coat." As Ian spoke, he took out 2 pieces of paper from his worn-out bag. They were the bounty notice that Emlyn had previously given him. Someone saw this person in Eastborough. He handed one of the pieces of paper to Emlyn. It was labeled as Argos. Seeing that there were clues to the primordial moon believers, Emlyn asked in delight, "Is there a primordial moon? Where is he?" Ian didn't reply. He just looked at him and smiled. Emlyn was already experienced. He immediately took out his wallet and counted £150 before handing it to the man. "This is your reward." Ian smiled. "There's still half left." "There's still half left." Emlyn nearly wanted to let the black market arms and intelligence merchant in front of him know how powerful the Sanguine was. This was because the agreement was £20 for effective clues and £150 for pinpointing the location. However, he quickly understood the hidden meaning behind the other party's words. "You found another one?" "Yes." Ian handed over the remaining piece of paper in his hand. "When my friend was observing Argos and confirming his residence, he discovered that he had met this Mr. Gallus Kevin. Therefore, we simultaneously know the residences of 2 targets." "Very good." Emlyn emptied his wallet and gave another £150 to Ian. He was in an abnormally good mood, feeling that the ancestor and Mr. Fool were protecting him. This was because there were only 5 targets in this batch. He had already hunted one, and now, he had obtained clues to the other 2. As long as he succeeded, regardless of what the other Sanguine did, he could declare himself the final victor. Ian seriously counted and checked the notes before suppressing his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, "Argos is on the 3rd floor of the apartment at 6, Limestone Street in Eastborough, opposite the public washroom. Gallus Kevin is also in Eastborough. He lives in a room near the stairs on the 1st floor of 19 Beluga Street. I'll confirm your information. I believe you won't give up your business here for a mere £300. Emlyn nodded gently as he warned and reminded him. Following that, he chuckled. How did they get found so easily? Ian's red eyes darted around as he looked around. First, many bounty hunters are my friends. They have a wide network of informants in Eastborough. Second, the disguises of those 2 gentlemen aren't good enough. Despite being in Eastborough, they are clearly different from the people around them. If they were willing to change into tattered clothes and do hard labor for more than 12 hours a day, I believe it would be very difficult for them to be discovered in the chaotic Eastborough. Is that so? I have to pay attention to the environment when hiding myself. Emlyn silently muttered to himself, feeling that he had learned something new. He didn't plan on heading to Eastborough now. This was because even if he succeeded in taking action during the day, it would be very difficult to leave without causing a commotion. This was a rather dangerous act in Bakeland. It meant that he might be found by the mandated punishers or nighthawks the moment he sneaked home. Emlyn planned on coming over from 8 to 9 in the evening after the tarot gathering. He would decide when to take action based on the situation. The primordial moon believer from before is pretty strong. These 2 shouldn't be too bad either. Although I'm confident, I don't think it's safe to do it alone. As Emlyn pondered, he waved his hand and bade Ian farewell. He took a rental carriage and headed south of the bridge. East Chester County's capital, Stone City. Audrey stood behind the railing and watched as the servants placed the items they had brought from the family castle in suitable spots. The scene was lively but orderly, without any chaos. I'll send someone to associate Professor Michelle later and tell her that I'll be visiting the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation tomorrow. I hope they've already obtained some items that are related to Beyonders. Audrey's thoughts wandered for a moment as she couldn't help but smile. She was proud of her decision to donate money to establish the foundation. Her beautiful emerald green eyes darted around and saw the time on the wall clock. She hurriedly reined in her thoughts and turned to walk back to her bedroom. In a corner of the bedroom, the golden retriever, Susie, was sprawled on the ground with her front legs crossed, giving her an elegant charm. An open book was placed in front of it, and the book was densely packed with lines of words. From time to time, Susie would raise one of her front legs and fiddle with it, flipping the pages of the book. She was reading very seriously. Every time I see Susie like this, I feel a little ashamed. Audrey, you can't slack off on your studies. Audrey encouraged herself as she slowly walked over, prepared to get Susie to guard the door. Susie raised her head, glanced at Audrey, and swiftly stood up. She then quickly stood up and said, "I understand." With that said, she ran out of the bedroom with light footsteps, not forgetting to close the door. "I haven't said anything yet," Audrey blinked and muttered to herself. She had already given similar instructions many times. To prevent Susie from noticing, she would stay alone in her room from 3 in the afternoon to 3:30 in the afternoon every Monday, preventing humans and dogs from approaching her. She deliberately did similar things at other times, pretending to have a gathering and pretending to be alone, as well as maintaining a regular and chaotic routine. I have to say that Susie's existence has effectively increased my motivation to study, efficiency, and the strictness with which I handle matters. I can't let myself be inferior to a dog. However, being better than a dog doesn't seem like a compliment. Audrey puffed up her cheeks in a self-deprecating manner, sat by the bed, and waited for the tarot gathering to begin. 3 in the afternoon, above the gray fog. Dark red figures leaped up from both sides of the long bronze table at the same time, immediately solidifying into a blurry state. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey said briskly as she stood up and bowed. The other members also greeted one after another, and the existence at the end of the long, mottled table nodded in response. As she sat down, Magician's Furs couldn't help but glance at Mr. World, thinking about how she should speak. Apart from conveying her teacher's answer to Ma Am Hermit, she planned on doing a few things. First, she told Mr. World that due to the difficulty of the mission, she could add a sum of money, but she needed to wait for a period of time. This was because the sale of the house wasn't that fast. Second, after repeated consideration, she had thought of a good way to earn money and raise her strength. It was an inspiration she had obtained from World's actions. Rent out Lamino's travels. When a member needed a similar item to temporarily raise their combat strength to deal with certain situations, they could rent Lamino's travels from her. The rent was split into 2 parts. One part was cash, which wasn't too expensive. The other part was recorded beyond her powers. This also meant that the renter had to promise to return the spellbook with a few additional pages written on it. Of course, as the provider, Furs would record the apprentices, door opening, and other useful abilities on it so that the renter could receive the corresponding help. The most likely problem with this transaction was that the renter might not return it, but with Mr. Fool in the tarot as a witness, Furs believed that no one would be greedy and stupid. As for the death of the renter, the loss of Lamino's travels was an accident with a low probability. With everyone knowing that they could seek Mr. Fool's help in times of crisis, it was an even lower probability. How can there be no risk in doing business? I'll have to communicate with Mr. World later and confirm the time period. He wants to use it to prevent any conflicts. Furs retracted her gaze and heard Ma Am Hermit say, "Don't worry. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 2 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Ever since I made contact with Queen Mystic, the amount of diary entries has been terrifyingly stable." Klein nodded slightly and chuckled. "Very good." After a brief silence, Catlia conjured 2 yellowish-brown pages as she watched them jump into Mr. Fool's palm as though they were traversing through the spirit world. Klein then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the diary in his hand. December 29th. It's almost a new year. All the mausoleums have been built. There's no turning back now. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 808. The mausoleum has already been built. There's no turning back. Klein looked at the diary in his hand as his mind churned. All sorts of thoughts kept popping up and shattering. From his point of view, Roselle the Great's diary nearly proved his previous guesses. In his later years, he chose to forcefully switch to the Black Emperor pathway, attempting to become a sequence zero true god at the cost of being half mad. What could have driven the Emperor to make such a decision? What was the agitation, impulse, and loss of composure in the diary because he discovered something? Furthermore, compared to back then, the Emperor's emotions in this diary may seem calm and restrained, but it gives off a more extreme feeling. It's hard to imagine what the Emperor encountered and experienced in his later years, to the point of having his personality undergo a mutation. Is it the madness inherent in an angel, or is it a problem with the faith of the living being that anchors his rationality? Yes, shouldn't he be a little more cowardly and stable, waiting for an opportunity to devour the hidden sage? Klein instantly thought of many things, but he was unable to find any evidence. And on this goatskin page, there were only 2 short lines of text. It seemed to indicate that this was the final diary entry of Roselle the Great's life. At the end of this year, or perhaps the beginning of a new year, he was suspected to have perished in the White Maple Palace. The final words of an emperor, a transmigrator? Klein sighed inwardly as he flipped to the goatskin page without any abnormalities on his face. There was no date on this diary page, but there was a line written in ancient Fasak. It's closely connected to the previous page. This line of words was written in beautiful handwriting, clearly different from Roselle the Great's handwriting. It was obvious that it was added by someone else. It's likely a note made by Queen Mystic. To indicate that this is the end of the diary, it was written by the Emperor after "There's no turning back?" But why isn't there a date? With deep puzzlement, Klein continued reading the corresponding content, and his gaze froze. I believe that I'm not the only transmigrator in this world. If there's anyone else who can understand my diary, you must remember to carefully choose your beyonder pathway. Once this is confirmed, it means that your allies and enemies are also roughly confirmed. I'm unable to give a concrete suggestion because I can't see the 7 deities or the true faces of those evil gods. This might have something to do with the contents of the second blasphemy slate hidden by that ancient organization. Unfortunately, I can only roughly guess that there's a hidden portion and can't verify it. Similarly, I don't know what's written on the first blasphemy slate. A useful warning is to not choose a pathway whose sequence 0 is already occupied. Also, be careful of sequence 0s and sequence 1s of neighboring pathways. I've suffered greatly in this aspect. As for what sequence 0 represents, if you still don't know, remember to collect my other diaries. This page is equivalent to the epilogue of my life. If I succeed, then it will be the birth of a god, and it will be another story. If I fail, then there will be no more. You understand. Go, my friend who can understand my diary, go and explore the secrets of our transmigration and the truth buried within. I will be watching you, if I am still alive. One last reminder. You must remember, be careful of the moon. Klein wasn't surprised that there wasn't just one transmigrator. After all, he had long known of the existence of a senior like Roselle the Great. What he was puzzled about was how the Emperor had discovered that there wasn't just one transmigrator. This was very important. It had an incomparable meaning to Klein's path home. This was like an equation with a few unknowns. If there weren't enough examples or conditions, no matter how one solved it, one wouldn't be able to obtain a definite answer. Only by having enough formulas could one hope of finding the correct answer. The Emperor should have recorded this discovery in his previous diary. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing which portion it is. From there, I can target it and search for it. Klein sighed silently as he thought about the other contents of the so-called epilogue. The second blasphemy slate, produced by the Twilight Hermit Order, had hidden portions of its contents? Did they deliberately hide it, or did they not obtain it in the first place? The second blasphemy slate was actually split into 2 parts, with the other half falling into the hands of other factions? My pathway has already been confirmed. This is a choice made according to the exclamation in Roselle the Great's diary. From the Emperor's epilogue, I can be at ease. The seer pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 because the crazy sequence 1, Zeridal, still exists. According to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, this subdivision might also be called the law of incompatibility. With a sequence 1, there's no sequence 0. I need to be careful of Zeridal, Mr. Dor, Blasphemer Amon, and Pallas Zoroast, as well as the other sequence ones of these three pathways that might exist. What does it mean to be careful of the moon? Be careful of the primordial moon? You can just say it directly. Wait, the Emperor seems to have the thought of exploring the crimson moon. Could it be that he finally put it into practice and discovered something on the moon, so he warned other transmigrators to be careful of the moon? The moon has something to do with transmigration? Yes. The Emperor's tone indicates that he still has some tricks up his sleeves. He might not completely perish, and he might be watching me. There should also be clues to this matter in some of the earlier diary entries. Various conclusions and questions flashed through Klein's mind before they finally settled down. He made the diary in his hand vanish and turned to look at Katlia. What do you have to ask? Katlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and bowed her head respectfully. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know if Roselle the Great is still alive? The moment this question was asked, the members of the Tarot, who were thinking about their own matters, snapped back to their senses at the same time. They looked towards the end of the long bronze table, as though they had been stimulated. Although whether Roselle the Great was still alive or not had nothing to do with them, nor would it have any obvious effects, such a topic was enough to stir up the craving for rumors in the hearts of humans. I thought that after I advanced to psychiatrist, I would be immune to such matters. Sigh, I'm really curious. Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with bright eyes, waiting for him to give his answer. Among all the members, only Sun wasn't interested in this matter. The reason why he looked at the end of the long bronze table was purely because everyone had done so. Indeed, Queen Mystic's questions are basically directed at the diary entries provided back then. Klein didn't find it difficult as he chuckled in a well-practiced manner. Perhaps. He used perhaps to answer, indicating that Roselle the Great had a chance of saving himself back then. As for whether he succeeded in the end, or if there were any accidents, it wasn't within the scope of the previous question, and there might not be an answer. Perhaps, Mr. Fool means that Roselle the Great might still be alive? The hermit Katlia and company felt as though they had heard the greatest secret in the world. They were momentarily agitated and excited. However, they also sensed the hidden meaning in Mr. Fool's words. Due to the lack of content in the diary and the fact that he had just woken up, he was unable to determine if Roselle the Great had seized the opportunity. All of this could only be determined through more clues and evidence in the future. But no matter what, Emperor Roselle should have been mentally prepared for the assassination attempt on him. Without giving Justice and the hanging man any time to consider this question, Klein leaned back in his chair and calmly said, "It's your turn. It's your turn." Furs hurriedly pulled her thoughts out of her fantasies of Roselle's later years and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to have a private conversation with Mr. World. It will be over very soon." What's there to discuss with German Sparrow? Isn't Mr. X's matter over? As Klein thought about it in puzzlement, he nodded slightly. Sure. Following that, he blocked the senses of the other members and controlled the world to chuckle hoarsely. Is there anything else? Furs deliberated for 2 seconds before saying, "It's like this. Mr. X's head has given me quite a sizable reward. I feel that the reward I paid on this matter isn't enough to match the difficulty of the mission, so I wish to compensate you with a sum of cash. How much do you wish to receive?" Not bad. You know how to take the initiative to compensate me. Although Miss Magicians is a little greedy at times, she's still a very honest person. Yes, it's very normal to earn some profit from a transaction. It can't be considered greedy. Klein, who had received a pleasant surprise, praised sincerely. It made the world chuckle and ask, "How much can you pay?" Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's right. £5,000. She converted the reward given by her teacher into £10,000 and planned on giving half of it to Mr. World. Furthermore, since she needed the formula, crystal ball, and beyonder ingredients, she planned on selling the 2 properties and giving them cash. And the reason why Furs was so generous was partly because she felt that the mission was harder than she had expected, and the reward was too little. On the other hand, she was increasingly fearful of the World, German Sparrow. She didn't dare to offend this crazy adventurer and terrifying bounty hunter. The rewards from the House of Abraham aren't small. Klein controlled the world to laugh. If you can replace it with a large amount of gold coins, you can pay less. It depends on how much you can collect. I'll try. Although Furs was puzzled as to why Mr. World placed so much importance on gold coins, having said the same thing when trading with Ma M. Hermit, she didn't dare ask. She paused for a moment, then asked, "Mr. World, when do you need to use Lamino's Travels? I plan on renting it out before or after that to earn some money and beyonder powers." Rent it out? Rent out a mystical item? Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He never expected Miss Magicians to have such business acumen. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 809. As a young man who came from the Internet era on Earth, Klein quickly understood what Miss Magicians wanted to do, what she planned to do, and what she was relying on. Isn't this the sharing economy? With tarot and the Fool around, the technical limitations aren't a problem. Miss Magicians is usually lazy and doesn't have a sense of existence. I never expected her to have such keen intuition in this aspect. Yes, it also stems from my request to rent the spellbook. Regardless, it's pretty good to be able to quickly gain inspiration and establish a business model. Klein deliberately made the World's German Sparrow deliberate for a few seconds. I might need it this weekend and next week. He had estimated it based on the time it would take for Mr. the Hanging Man to return to the edge of the Rörsted Sea from the Abyss Maelstrom. He had also given Mr. Hanging Man some time to stabilize his spirituality and replenish his items. When the time came, they would join forces to explore the primitive island with many beyonder creatures. Magician's Furs hurriedly nodded when she heard that. "All right, I'll make the arrangements. It won't affect your usage." As she secretly heaved a sigh of relief, she requested Mr. Fool to witness the rental agreement. After receiving an affirmative answer, she indicated that the private conversation was over. Following that, she conjured Lamino's Travels and surveyed the area. "Everyone, I have a mystical item here. It has a total of 38 pages. Every page can help the user record the beyonder powers they have seen and release them when needed. However, it will be weaker than the original. Every page can be repeatedly recorded, and each record can only be used once. Among them, there are 3 pages that can be used for demigod-level beyonder powers, but the success rate of recording is very low. It might not even succeed once in 10 times. Furs simply explained the characteristics and negative effects of Lamino's Travels, making the eyes of Audrey and company light up. It wasn't difficult for them to tell the value of the notebook in Miss Magician's hands, as they were no longer novices in the mysticism and beyonder domains. There was no need for them to communicate with it. At the same time, they treated it as a demigod artifact. This is a little similar to Shepherd and Creeping Hunger. They can use different beyonder powers from many pathways, but they don't have as many negative effects. Furthermore, there's a chance to record a demigod's powers. Drawing my own blood. As Audrey thought about it, she suddenly shrank her hand in fear. As the daughter of a great noble, she had almost never been injured since she was young, so she had a strong fear of pain due to the unknown. When Furs stopped, she raised her hand slightly and said, Miss Magicians, how much do you want to exchange it for? Audrey believed that her father, Earl Hall, would also recognize the value of Lamino's travels. It was impossible for him not to reimburse her, therefore she planned on fully satisfying Firz's request. She must be short on money recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't be selling such an important and practical mystical item. Audrey thought with some pity as she considered if she should offer a premium. Damn it! Why can't she wait until I return from that primitive island before selling it? The hanging man Alger also had a strong interest in Lamino's travels, but he didn't have the money or ingredients to purchase the mystical item. £1,300 was wealth that an ordinary person might not be able to accumulate in 10 or 20 years, but it was still extremely far from an item at the level of Lamino's travels. It's worth at least £10,000. If I were to encounter a Beyonder with the backing of a major faction, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for more than £30,000. Alger swept his gaze across Miss Justice, who was inquiring about the price, and Catlia, who had nudged her glasses and was about to join the bidding. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't believe that the trade would fail as he wished. It wouldn't be sold by the time he returned from the primitive island. Miss Justice is rich, and the Hermit has Queen Mystic and the Moses ascetic order. They aren't lacking in money or resources. Sigh. The hanging man Alger changed his sitting posture slightly as he stared across him with a heavy gaze. Emlyn and Son were similarly interested in Lamino's travels, but that was all. They knew very well that they didn't have the ability to make the corresponding exchange. Upon hearing Miss Justice's question, Furze realized that she seemed to have forgotten to mention the most important point. She hurriedly added, "No, it's not for sale, but for rental. When you need it, you can rent it for a short period of time. Mr. Fool will bear witness to it." Rent? That's possible? At that moment, apart from the Fool Klein and Son, Catlia and company were clearly taken aback. Without a doubt, they knew what a rental transaction was, but they never imagined that it could be applied to a mystical item, much less that it would appear on the tarot. This seemed to be very feasible. This was rather useful to every member of the tarot. Furthermore, the cost was very low, making it affordable. As for Miss Magicians, she could accumulate an objective sum of wealth. No, what was most useful was the Beyonder powers recorded. She could use this to gather different types of Beyonder powers from different pathways. It was many times more efficient than finding an opportunity to record them by herself. Alger quickly figured out the crux of the rental deal. Delighted, he asked, "What's the point of the rental deal?" Delighted, he asked, "How do I rent it?" Lamino's travels corresponds to a sequence 6. Normally, it's worth about £5,000, but with its uniqueness, it's worth at least £10,000. Magician's Furze had accumulated quite a bit of experience in the tarot. After some consideration, she said, the basic fee for each rental is £300, with an additional £50 for every additional day. And when returning, you have to ensure that the Beyonder powers in the notebook have 2 more pages than when it was rented out. If there's only 1 blank page or no blank page, you just have to fill in the entire notebook. 2 more pages didn't mean 2 more powers. This also meant that she could freely use the Beyonder powers in Lamino's travels. It just needed to be filled in at the end. It didn't need to be of the same type, just the number of pages. £50 a day, £1,500 a month. If it's possible, I can keep renting it. Audrey did a simple calculation of the cost. The hanging man Alger felt agitated and excited when he heard that, but he said without a change in expression, "I plan on renting it for 2 days. However, the exact price still needs to be discussed. It will be adjusted according to the existing Beyonder powers in the notebook." He felt a lot more confident in his exploration of the primitive island. "When do you plan on renting it?" Furze asked in delight when she saw that business had immediately appeared. "I'll rent it for 2 days between this weekend and the end of next week. The exact time has yet to be confirmed," Alger replied without any hesitation. Furs immediately frowned and said in a slightly cowardly manner, "Don't worry about it. I've already rented it to Mr. World during this period of time." Rented it to World? When did that happen? The hanging man Alger looked at the end of the long bronze table in surprise. He immediately came to a realization, believing that it was an agreement that the World and the magicians had reached during their private conversation. Why would they reach such an agreement? There's no need for Miss Magicians to inform me of the rental of the mystical item. They've contacted each other in private and had other transactions? What kind of contact or transactions could they have? Previously, Miss Magicians had entrusted the assassination of an Aurora Order oracle, and the World had accepted the mission. And that oracle's specialty is to record the beyonder powers of others and use them once. This is identical to Lamino's travels. Does this mean that the World has already succeeded? As a result, Miss Magicians owes him a debt and hasn't been able to resolve it completely. Now, she's finally thought of a way to repay it? Alger eliminated one possibility after another before finally feeling that he had found the truth. Before anyone heard anything, the World German Sparrow had easily hunted an Aurora Order oracle, a suspected Sequence 5 oracle. This left the hanging man Alger secretly alarmed. This was because he was about to cooperate with the World. Thankfully, there's Mr. Fool as a witness. As a blessed, German Sparrow wouldn't go back on an agreement made in front of a deity. Alger consoled himself as he retracted his gaze from the World. Meanwhile, Audrey and Catlia had also thought of the Aurora Order's oracle from the various transactions between Mr. World and Miss Magicians. Thinking of how his beyonder powers were similar to Lamino's travels, they couldn't help but guess that the World might have already completed the mission, and the rental of the spellbook was part of the transaction. Emlyn didn't think about these matters as he focused on not being able to borrow it this weekend and next week. In other words, I can borrow it for the first few days of the week? If I have the help of this notebook, those two primordial moon believers won't pose any threat to me. Emlyn looked around, feeling anxious as he said slowly, "Can I rent it for today and tomorrow? Can I rent it for today and tomorrow? £400 plus 2 pages of Beyonder Powers, Magician's Furs directly offered." Emlyn nodded gently and said, "First, introduce the Beyonder Powers that have been recorded. If they aren't of much use to me, I wish to lower the price. This is because I still need to spend time recording them." Magician's Furs flipped through Lamino's travels and gave a vague introduction. Door opening, black screen, tumble, teleportation, lightning strike, float, flight, wind blade. Why are there so many Beyonder powers from the storm domain? Did the World use them? He recorded the corresponding Beyonder powers of Sea God from Mr. Fool? When I return to the cathedral, I'll have to investigate what has happened in Bakeland recently. That oracle shouldn't have died without any news. As Alger listened, he had thoughts of investigating. P.S. Requesting for double the monthly votes for the last day. Also, I have good news to announce. The publisher has agreed to publish a remade version of the physical book's first volume. The cover and design will be better, and only the sensitive and erroneous parts will be changed. When the remade version is published, those who have already bought the first volume and aren't satisfied with it can apply for a swap. Chapter 810. The Hermit also made the connection from the Beyonder powers of Lamino's travels to the World's German Sparrow, as well as the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand that originated from Sea God Cavituous. I wonder if I can pay a certain price to get the Fool to display the demigod-level powers of Storm and his own domain. This is better than seeking help from the Moses Ascetic Order. That will let them know that I have Lamino's travels. I'll first write to Her Majesty. Perhaps she'll come to the future to display her powers. The more Catlia thought about it, the more she felt that the spellbook had value that exceeded its level. Unfortunately, Miss Magicians only rented it and not sold it. After hearing the introduction, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because lightning-related Beyonder powers were very lethal against artificial vampires. Of course, it was the same for the vampires. Very good. I was worried that I would have no choice but to seek help from Sun and pass Lamino's travels to him, requesting him to demonstrate his purification powers and record it. Emlyn instantly felt relaxed as he shot a glance at Sun and said to Magician's Furs, "That's right. Deal." £400 and some records of Beyonder powers were nothing compared to the mission he wanted to complete. It's really fast to earn money this way. Furthermore, I can obtain Beyonder powers. Furs suddenly felt that the future was bright. All right, I'll get Mr. Fool to pass it to you after the gathering. Right on the heels of that, she turned to look at Catlia. Ma'am, the direct descendant of the house of Abraham has replied. Do you want to speak privately, or do you want me to say it directly? The hermit Catlia thought for a moment. Talk to me alone. Soon, everyone's senses were blocked. Magician's Furs relayed her teacher's words. They don't know much about Mr. Dorr either. They only know three things. Firstly, their family's ancestor had an existence who called himself Mr. Dorr. Second, this ancestor went missing during the War of the Four Emperors. They have been working hard to find his whereabouts. Thirdly, they will hear murmurs that can cause them to lose control during the full moon and blood moon. Also, they don't want to contact you directly for now. The third point was added by Furs herself. She hoped that Ma'am Hermit and Queen Mystic, who backed her, could use this opportunity to figure out the matter regarding Mr. Dorr. This would help the House of Abraham escape its cursed fate. Mr. Dorr is the ancestor of the House of Abraham. He disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors and will produce ravings every full moon? Yes, the latter point was confirmed by Mr. Fool. There's no doubt about it. In other words, although Mr. Dorr has disappeared, he still relies on the ravings of the full moon and blood moon to influence Beyonders of the same bloodline, as well as creatures who use specific items. This means that he hasn't completely lost contact with the real world. Is this how the Emperor intersects with him? Queen Mystic once said that a member of the House of Abraham was working for the Emperor. Catlia had some guesses as she nodded slightly. If there are any other questions, I'll continue asking you to pass them on. I'll pay the remaining £650 today. £650. Together with Mr. Moon's £400, I've earned £1,050 today. Together with the remaining £730 from before, as well as the £1,000 I might have left after selling the two properties and paying Mr. World, my savings will exceed £3,000. This way, I'll have enough money for the other main ingredient of scribe. I might even have some left over. At that moment, Furs suddenly realized that she had become a little rich. This made her wonder if she should help Zio purchase an interrogator Beyonder characteristic to make up for the risk this good friend of hers had to bear during the assassination of Mr. X. After the sensory blockage ended, before Furs could say a word, she heard the world's German sparrow say in a hoarse voice, "I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. Anything that corresponds to sequence 9 or 8 will do." The hermit Catlia thought for a moment and said, "I can help you ask around. I can help you ask, but there aren't many items from the Marauder pathway appearing. There might be a premium." "No problem," Klein replied as he controlled the world. He then made the puppet look at Miss Magicians, who had just become rich. "I want to sell an interrogator Beyonder characteristic for £1,000. Typically speaking, such a sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic that could be used as a main ingredient would cost about £1,200. However, Klein now had 2 of them. Furthermore, thinking that he had used Miss Zio to participate in the gathering, it might bring her a certain amount of risk, so he gave a slight discount. Only £1,000. This is a special price in a department store. But why does Mr. World know what I want? Right, he's blessed of Mr. Fool. The interrogator Beyonder characteristic from before is in his hands, and he knows that I can afford it now. Magician's Furs was taken aback for 2 seconds, nearly forgetting to respond. During this process, Audrey resisted the urge to shop because she knew that Zio needed such items. £1,000? An interrogator beyond her characteristic? The hermit Catlia seriously wondered if the world had any hidden intentions. Then, she heard Miss Magician say, "Deal?" "I haven't even named a price." Catlia mumbled inwardly, but she maintained her silence on the surface. She could vaguely tell that the world and the magicians had a strange tacit understanding on this matter, so she didn't rashly interrupt. Similarly, she could sense that something good had happened to the hanging man over the past week. He was more spirited than before, appearing more confident. He previously bought the Ocean Songster Potion formula and main ingredient. He also asked me where there are Obninsk sea monsters that don't belong to the Church of the Storm. This should have something to do with the ritual. He has already advanced? Catlia suddenly felt a sense of danger. As the famous admiral of Stars of the Five Seas, she had always felt a sense of superiority on the tarot. But in recent times, the world German Sparrow had shown the strength to hunt pirate admirals. Following that, the hanging man had become a sequence 5, and one that was very good at naval combat. This made her feel that she no longer had the right to look down on others. She suddenly felt a sense of urgency that she hadn't felt in a long time. However, what lies before me is sequence 4, the boundary between spirituality and godhood. How can it be that easy to advance? I've prepared for years, but I still haven't seen any hope. Catlia sighed inwardly and looked at the world German Sparrow. She took the initiative to ask, "Are you confident about that drop of mythical creature blood? I was just waiting for you to mention it." As the fool Klein watched the transaction with a smile, he controlled the world to laugh hoarsely. "That angel wanted me to ask you, what price can you pay to get him, to give him, a drop of blood?" He emphasized that it has to be to his satisfaction. Angel? Mr. World can directly contact an angel? Furthermore, he can convince the other party to give him a drop of blood. Audrey was first alarmed before her thoughts raced as she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table. She suspected that Mr. Fool's blessed, the world, was contacting the angel who served Mr. Fool. She was the same as the magicians and company. She previously believed that the world knew where the angel or the remains of an angel were. She never expected him to directly speak to an angel. After all, an angel that walked the earth was equivalent to the religious leaders of the 7 churches. Indeed, the hanging man Alger sighed silently, feeling that his previous guess had been confirmed. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed, Catlia held back her surprise and joy as she pondered for a moment. "I wonder which pathway's angel he is from?" The world surveyed the area and said, "That's right. Monster." Monster, in other words, an angel of the fate pathway? It's no wonder Mr. Fool's honorific name has the words, "King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck." Audrey, Son, and company were enlightened. They felt that their deductions were in line with the actual situation and internal logic. Their gazes and guesses of their train of thought stirred Klein. Only then did he notice the corresponding problem. In his made-up honorific name, there was a description of wielding good luck, and it successfully pointed above the gray fog. Could it be related to the fact that people of the fate pathway can directly see my uniqueness? Snake of Mercury, Willow Septon, took the initiative to express goodwill and establish a relationship with me. Could this be a factor? In my 3-paragraph honorific name, the first paragraph is a description of my essence. The second paragraph is a description of the divine realm. Only the third paragraph involves authority and wields good luck. Of course, the word fool itself might also contain a certain level of authority. Klein suddenly felt the need to find another opportunity to communicate with a particular unborn fetus. However, he suspected that the paper crane would tear at any moment. This was because just the process of wiping the original contents was rather dangerous. At this moment, the hermit Catlia said, "Thank you for your help. I'll consider it seriously and try to give you an answer as soon as possible." She planned on taking the opportunity to consult Queen Mystic to see what conditions could move an angel of the fate pathway. With the hermit and the world's conversation coming to an end, the transaction was officially over. The tarot members entered the free exchange segment. Magician's Furs thought for a moment and looked at Emlyn. "Let me remind you of two things. First, memorize every page's corresponding power. If you flip the wrong page in battle and use the wrong power, it will be very dangerous." Emlyn immediately scoffed. "I'm very confident in my intelligence." Furs didn't say anything else and instead mentioned, "That's right." "Instead," she said, "a serious incident involving Beyonders happened in East Borough. The surrounding area is in a state of high alert. If you wish to carry out operations there, it's best you pay more attention." Emlyn placed great importance on this piece of information. He immediately asked, "Do you know what serious incident it is? P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes on the last day. PS2. Let's talk about the reset of the physical book. This time, it's a swap. After the reset version is released, those who bought the first volume can apply for a swap unconditionally. Also, there will definitely be some typos and incorrect sentences in the content, as well as some sensitive content. After all, it has to be in line with the policy. This is something I can accept. As for the paper, cover design, and the accessories that come with it, they will be selected and reviewed by me. I'll get a lucky audience to decide. That's about it. Once the reset version is released, everyone can apply for a swap." Chapter 8:11. Upon hearing Mr. Moon's question, Magician's Furs nearly blurted out, "Yes. It's very clear. I just don't know the details of the process." However, she managed to control her mouth in time as she looked at Mr. World, who was seated at the end of the long bronze table in fear. Almost at the same time, the hanging man Alger, Audrey, and Catlia combined their previous guesses and vaguely guessed that the serious matter that had happened in East Borough of Bakeland was the assassination of the Aurora Order's oracle, assassinated by the World. And as she wasn't a spectator, there was no way to read the answer from the look in his eyes. All Furs could do was force a smile at Emlyn. "As for the exact details, I'm unable to answer you. I only know that a demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain appeared. This made the Church of the Storm place great importance on it." She didn't dare explain the entire story on Mr. World's behalf. All she did was simply describe what she had seen. From her point of view, if Mr. World was willing to divulge the matter, she would definitely add to it. A demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain? Audrey and company were taken aback as they instinctively suspected if their guesses were correct. They had previously believed that Lamino's Travels was an item formed after the Aurora Order's oracle died. Therefore, it was impossible for the World to use Mr. Fool's help to record a demigod-level power before he assassinated him. The serious matter that involved a Beyonder in East Borough had nothing to do with Mr. World? No, Furs's glance was enough to prove that it was Mr. World's doing. However, why would a demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain appear? One possibility is that Lamino's Travels isn't the reward of the assassination, and that it originally belonged to Furs. The other possibility is that a cardinal of the Church of the Storm or a Beyonder with a corresponding sealed artifact had attacked it. If it's the former, to be able to make Mr. World use a demigod-level Beyonder power, it means that the oracle is rather powerful. Furthermore, there's a saint backing him. If it's the latter, Mr. World being able to leave safely under such an attack is enough to show how terrifying he is. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he deliberately led the people of the Church of the Storm to meet the Aurora Order's oracle, and while the battle between demigods broke out, the scene was abnormally chaotic, and he efficiently completed the assassination. From the various details that she had observed, Audrey had a few guesses, and every guess pointed to the same thing. World has strength, intelligence, support, and the ability to take action. He's one of the top sequence 5 Beyonders below demigods. How terrifying! As expected of Mr. Fool's Blessed. When I reach a cathedral, I should be able to figure out the details of this matter. The hanging man Alger also had a preliminary judgment as he sighed inwardly. All he could do was console himself that with such a helper, the exploration of the primitive island would be much easier. As for Catlia, she had similar thoughts as Audrey. She planned on asking Queen Mystic about the situation. This owner of the Dawn had previously revealed in her letter that she was currently in Bakeland. Storm Domain, demigod-level Beyonder power. Emlyn repeated Miss Magician's words with a slight headache. Although he liked to stay at home and didn't like going out, he was in a huge city. From time to time, he would head to the hospital to get some blood to drink, so he still had some common sense. In addition to the warnings and teachings of his elders, he had a deep understanding of the official organizations like the mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hive Mind. He knew how such a serious matter would affect the surrounding area. If I infiltrate Eastborough without a good disguise, I might be pinned down and captured by the mandated Punishers before I even approach the target. Although I have the identity of a member of the Church of Mother Goddess, preventing me from being imprisoned underground or becoming a sealed artifact researcher, this also means that the operation will fail. I might even have Lamino's travels taken away. At this stage, it's even more dangerous to walk through the sewers. I wonder how many official Beyonders are lurking there. Emlyn suddenly realized that the seemingly easy mission had become very difficult. He quickly made a decision. He would take action after evening and before midnight. During this period of time, the lower-class citizens of Eastborough would be returning from their work. Although it was dark, the streets were bustling. Even if the mandated Punishers had 10 times the number of people, they wouldn't be able to carry out strict surveillance under such circumstances and identify every suspicious person. What's next is to plan the operation and try to finish off the 2 artificial vampires without causing a stir. Yes, I have to consider the situation where the battle is intense and I can't hide it. Wait, Miss Magicians just mentioned that Lamino's travels has the Beyonder power of teleportation. Problem solved. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I'll take note. He said this very calmly, appearing very confident as though everything was under his control. This fellow, Emlyn, was put in a difficult position before relaxing. It's 90% because he thought of the traveler's door in Lamino's travels. If I hadn't drawn traveling, I would have definitely added a condition. That is, before the World German Sparrow uses it, no one is to touch that spellbook page. Klein scoffed inwardly without saying a word. To him, since Lamino's travels only had one traveler's door, he would definitely need to use creeping hunger to return to the primitive island. In that case, he might as well squeeze the glove dry. Regardless, he had to feed a death row criminal, so he couldn't waste it. In short, I've warned you. Magician's Furs didn't speak further. All she wished was for Mr. Moon to do well. At this moment, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Little Sunday. You're still in the City of Silver? Yes, my recent mission is to familiarize myself with my powers and patrol the surrounding area, Sun answered without hiding anything. Alger pondered for a moment and said, Yes. That elder shepherd hasn't come looking for you recently? No. Derek paused and said, The 6-member council seems to be busy with the former chief's mausoleum. As for the details, I don't have the authority to know. Klein had heard Sun mention the former chief of the City of Silver. He said that he had built a mausoleum deep underground and moved in, never to come out again. It was suspected that he had failed to switch to sequence 3 of the death pathway. I wonder what happened inside the mausoleum. My spiritual intuition tells me that there's hidden danger. Before Klein could say a word, he heard the hanging man Alger say, Take note of this matter. At this critical stage, Studying the former chief's mausoleum won't be simple. It might bring you danger. Okay. Sun nodded vigorously. I'll try my best to figure out the exact situation. The exchange continued. As they hadn't encountered much this week, this segment quickly came to an end. The members of the tarot began to teach Sun about the mysticism language of the outside world and learned some ancient myths from him. During this process, Audrey felt a little disappointed and depressed. This was because she didn't buy anything at the gathering, nor did she share anything. Her participation wasn't enough. Sigh. My life is too peaceful and stable. There's nothing to share. However, that's normal. As the Earl of Eastchester, the daughter of one of the top 3 bankers in the kingdom, if I were to frequently encounter Beyonder events and lead a thrilling life every week, it would only mean that the existing social stratification and political structure isn't enough to support the order of a Beyonder world. There's bound to be a fundamental subversive change. Yes, when I return to Bakeland and increase my connections with psychological alchemy, I'll be able to improve this situation. Audrey quickly became optimistic as she stood up and bade farewell to Mr. Fool. Over the past 6 months, due to the stimulation from Susie, she had read quite a number of useful books. The depth and maturity of her thinking had greatly improved compared to before. North Borough of Bakeland, 16 Buckland Street. After ending the tarot, Klein walked to the balcony attached to his bedroom and looked at the surrounding greenery. With Miss Magician's attempt at renting out Lamino's travels, there will definitely be one more item that will be frequently traded on the tarot. Perhaps they don't have the awareness of this and never thought that their Beyonder powers can be sold. When there are more rentals, there will definitely be someone who can help record a particular power during the transaction phase. When the time comes, with me having quite a number of mystical items, I can stably provide Beyonder powers in many domains. This won't be sold for too much, but it's good for a long time. There will often be people who need it. I wonder who will be the first to muster the courage to ask the Fool for help, hoping to record the powers of a demigod. This requires an equivalent exchange, and a sufficient price has to be paid. If no one dares to take this step, afraid of blaspheming a deity, I can get the world to make an example. After all, Mr. Fool has been very amiable and casual from the beginning. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he might agree to such a deal. With the previous example of punishing Ma, M. Hermit, I believe no one will belittle the Fool because of this. They will only feel honored, delighted, and horrified. Klein's thoughts ran wild as he thought about tarot. He was filled with anticipation for the subsequent Beyonder Powers transactions. Just then, he heard knocking on the door. "Please come in," Don Dantes, with graying sideburns, turned around and said. The doorknob was turned and the door opened. Butler Walter, who was wearing white gloves, walked in. "Mrs. Mary of the Atmospheric Pollution Board is here to see you, sir. Do you want to see her? Mary Short? The major shareholder of the coin company, the wife who once asked me to investigate her ex-husband's affair? Why is she here? Don't tell me she has taken a liking to Don Dantes." Klein nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat puzzled. "It's almost tea time. Let's bring it forward." "All right, I'll invite Mrs. Mary to the activity room on the 2nd floor." Walter easily understood his employer's intentions. Klein nodded slightly and didn't speak further. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he put on his coat and went down to the 2nd floor. Soon, he saw Mrs. Mary with high cheekbones in the activity room. This lady was wearing a dark blue dress. Her accessories were elegant, and she looked flashy and reserved. Compared to last year, she appeared more tasteful and elegant. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I've always been wondering when I can visit you and listen to you talk about what happened during the Bakeland Atmospheric Pollution Survey," Klein took the initiative to say politely. Mary replied with a smile. "Unfortunately, I haven't had that opportunity." After exchanging a few pleasantries about the recent weather, Klein, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, raised his porcelain teacup. "Ma'am, you seem to be troubled by something?" He could tell that Mary was hesitating and deliberating. Mary let out a half-smile and half-sigh. "I've heard of your knowledge and wisdom. I believe you are a gentleman with outstanding foresight. It's this. Are you interested in buying some shares of the coin company?" "Why, ma'am, have you encountered any difficulties?" Klein asked in a staid manner. Mary shook her head. "It's someone else who wants to sell it. P.S. Yesterday, Uncle Chong told me that I'm short of more than 3,000 words to 60,000 words. This will allow everyone to have a 6% return. He hopes that I can add a chapter today and return the first one from last month. However, as I'm heading out today, 3 chapters means that there won't be any backlog. If I can't do 2 chapters tomorrow on time, it will make everyone wait in agony. Therefore, I could only apologetically reject him at first. However, I later thought of something. We're fickle. No, it's not the first time we've done an early update. I can do it today as well. This way, I can gather 60,000 words and allow everyone to return. I also don't have to worry about not having a backlog. Yes, this is the chapter that I'll be writing at noon tomorrow. There's only 1 chapter left tomorrow, and it'll still be at 7 p.m. There won't be any changes. I have to write the backlog tomorrow morning. I'll also ask for monthly vote. There's still an hour and a half left for the double." Chapter 8:12. Someone else wants to sell it? Klein pondered over this sentence and didn't immediately respond with a question. He waited until the maid came in to place the 3-tiered silver tray before leaving before smiling. "Ma'am, why don't you buy it yourself? Even a blind person can tell that the future of Rouen will only pay more attention to the treatment of environmental pollution. Therefore, the coin company, whose main business is anthracite and high-quality charcoal, will definitely have very good prospects. It's no longer a fantasy to be worth £500,000 or even £1 million. Of course, the premise is that the company's management can keep up with the corresponding expansion. Under such circumstances, buying coin shares is definitely a profitable business. If I were you, I would buy it myself even if I have to shoulder heavy debt." Mary used 2 fingers to pick up a cucumber sandwich from the silver tray at the bottom. She took a bite, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it. With this buffer, she finally organized her words. Ever since the Air Pollution Control Act was passed, the coin company has rapidly developed. The faces of the shareholders have begun to change. As you know, those who chase after money always have a keen sense of smell in this aspect, and there are often important figures hiding behind them. If I wasn't a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and didn't use this opportunity to get to know many nobles and high-ranking government employees, I believe I would also be under pressure. I would have no choice but to sell my shares at a relatively good price and obtain a decent income before retiring from this stage. But even so, a large number of shares are rapidly being concentrated. I'm about to lose my position as the largest shareholder and no longer have the ability to lead the company. This is the property that my father left me. I don't wish for it to become someone else's toy. I hope that it can slowly develop into the largest supplier of anthracite and high-quality charcoal in Bakeland, or even the entire Rouen kingdom. It's not that I haven't tried other methods. I pledged my shares, sold my estate, and invested most of my liquid funds to secretly obtain 15% of the shares. I also got the help of trustworthy friends around me to obtain a total of 10% of the shares. Together with the 20% I originally had, I have 45% of the shares. This time, a minor shareholder suddenly decided to sell off his 3% shares, and my friends and I don't have enough money to buy it for the time being. This is a battle in the business world. Klein, who was used to fighting beyonders, was encountering such a matter for the first time. It felt fresh and unfamiliar. He also reached out and took a high-quality ham sandwich from the bottom of the 3-tiered silver tray. As he ate, he pondered for more than 10 seconds. You should be able to use the subsequent shares as collateral, right? We don't have enough time. The other side has already made an offer. We can trade at any time, Mary said as she ate the remaining food in her hand. Klein leaned against the sofa's back in a relaxed manner. Why me? Mary heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the question. First, you definitely brought a lot of cash to Bakeland, so there's no need for you to raise it through other means. Second, you just came to Bakeland, so you don't have any deep ties with them. This is an advantage that others I can find don't have. To be frank, this also means that I'm not afraid that you will violate the agreement you signed. Even if you take the initiative to side with them, they will have to consider if it's worth it to go against the law. Third, although we've only met once, I think you're a knowledgeable, intelligent, and gentlemanly person. This praise makes me feel a little embarrassed. However, this also means that Don Dantes' acting has achieved its desired effect. At least everyone knows that he's a middle-aged gentleman with experience and ability. Furthermore, he has large amounts of cash in his hands, unsure of what to invest in. The original £16,943 plus the £6,000 from Miss Magicians, as well as the £48 provided by Mr. X. I have a total of £22,991 in cash and 5 gold coins. Even if I deduct the £5,987 I owe Miss Messenger, I'll be considered a true tycoon. Many people with assets of £100,000 don't even have that much cash flow. Klein couldn't help but count his assets as he asked with a smile, "Ma'am, what do you wish for me to do?" Mary drank a mouthful of black tea and smoothly said, "Buy the 3% shares. Absorb the 3% shares, but before that, I'll sign 2 agreements with you. The first is an agreement to forcefully buy out the shares in your hands after 3 months, and I'll pay the corresponding tax based on the highest price of the shares during this period. The second is an agreement to act in concert. In addition, I'll make you a member of the Coin Company's board of directors. You'll enjoy the corresponding benefits and supervise the company's development, as well as help you better enter high society. It sounds like I'm providing a loan, and Mary will return a certain amount of interest and social resources. And compared to a debt agreement, I'll at least have the shares of a high-quality company. It's more secure. After all, she and I are considered strangers. Of course, the premise is that there aren't any problems with the Coin Company itself. Yes, this is also the reason why she made me a director." Klein analyzed the conditions and Mary offered and gradually felt tempted. From his point of view, Don Dantes' identity definitely required him to make investments, otherwise it would be easy to be suspected. Then, the choice of investment was a rather important problem, especially considering that Don Dantes could give up everything he had and leave Bakeland due to the success or failure of his operation. When the time comes, I'll have a chance to take the money away, but forget about the shares. This kind of investment that can quickly earn back funds suits my needs. I might even earn quite a bit." Klein thought for a moment and smiled warmly. "It's my duty to help a lady solve her problems." Madame Marie immediately relaxed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Don Dantes continue in a magnetic voice. "However, I'm quite cautious about any investment. I'll hire a team of lawyers and accountants to investigate Coin Company's situation and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. If there are no problems, then I look forward to working with you. Other than that, I also know how to do divination," Klein silently added in his heart. "Of course," Madame Marie said with a smile. "I will bear the expenses in this regard." Klein didn't reject it as he nodded. "What is the current value of the 3% shares?" "The normal valuation is £9,600, but that shareholder believes that with the Coin Company's development prospects, it can't be lower than £12,000. Madame Marie gave the specific information. "Phew." Klein smiled calmly and leisurely. "It's all right. Don Dantes is indeed very rich." Madame Marie thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. Don Dantes, can I invite you to visit the Coim Company tomorrow? That's exactly what I wish for, Klein replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of something. His former landlord, Stellan Sammer's husband, was likely still a manager at the Coim Company. Another acquaintance, but it's not Don Dantes's. Klein sighed inwardly for some baffling reason. At 8 at night, there were still many pedestrians on the roads leading into Eastborough. Their fatigue was obvious, and this situation would continue until nearly 10. Emlyn White had changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He hid in the streets of the Bakeland Bridge area, observing the poor who came and went. Although he didn't have any experience in disguising himself, he at least had eyes and brains. After observing for a while, he discovered that there were many problems with himself. Most importantly, compared to the dirty and tattered clothes of the poor, the worker's uniform he had just bought from the store in the afternoon appeared too new and clean. It easily attracted the attention of others. Emlyn thought for a moment and returned to the dark alley. He stretched out his fingers and, based on the phenomena he had previously observed, tore apart the parts of his clothes that were easily damaged. Then, he surveyed the area as his facial muscles gradually contorted. With a look of disdain and resistance, Emlyn came to the wall, closed his eyes, and rubbed the dirty things onto his clothes and pants. The smell of coal ash, the smell of rotting mud, the smell of urine. Emlyn subconsciously reached out his palm and covered his mouth, nearly vomiting. At this moment, he realized that having a beyonder sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After a few minutes of torment, Emlyn finally completed his disguise. Even his handsome face was covered in soot. With this disguise, he bent his back slightly and followed the crowd into Eastborough without attracting anyone's attention. As he walked, Emlyn discovered a problem. He didn't know the way. He had no idea where Limestone Street and Beijing Street were in Eastborough, and most of the road signs here had been damaged. Assassination sure is a troublesome matter. Emlyn mumbled and began asking for directions. After nearly an hour of hard work, he finally arrived at Limestone Street. The road here was narrow, and the buildings on both sides were very close to each other. Even during the day, it appeared very gloomy. At night, it was even more terrifying and gloomy. However, to a sanguine, such an environment wasn't bad. The only problem was that it was too dirty and messy. After spraying himself with an antidote to eliminate the smell, Emlyn entered apartment 6 and went up to the 3rd floor. He pinched his nose and approached the public washroom, standing outside the room of the primordial moon believer, Argos. Emlyn listened attentively and released the fingers that were pinching his nose in puzzlement. At that moment, he nearly fainted from the stench coming from the public washroom. It wasn't easy for him to focus his attention on the room. His sense of smell told him that there was no one inside, nor were there any corpses. Moved away? They haven't returned yet? Emlyn muttered to himself in a daze. He never expected that the hunt wouldn't go so smoothly. Forcefully reining in his thoughts, Emlyn left the apartment and rushed to 19 Beijing Street. This time, he was delighted to discover that there was someone in the room. Gallus Kevin was home. At that moment, Emlyn caught a whiff of another person's scent. It was very similar to the scent in Argos's room on Limestone Street. 2 people. There are 2 people in the room. Argos isn't home because he's here for Gallus Kevin. 2 people. Emlyn's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't worried at all if it was a one-on-one, but if it was a one-on-two, even with Lamino's travels, he felt a little afraid. After all, they were 2 artificial vampires, and they weren't weak,